everybody, it's me, Sylvia, infamous Sylvia. Welcome to the channel. I am waiting for a couple of people to come in, and they're not here yet. They said they were going to come on and do some reading for us. Let's give them a moment. Let's give them a moment, and I will be right back. Now listen to some easygoing music, okay? I'll be right back.
Evidence seems to be a 10, 8 to 10 weeks and maybe more to come. Diddy defense says it's mutual, tough love, the feds say it's way beyond just two cuddle doves. Diddy says he is love, love, love. Diddy defense team got 8 on the move, Egnafalo, Garrigo, Shapiro, Steele, Donaldson, Westmoreland, Esteval, and Driscoll. The feds got him on 5 charges, they say he on that RICO. Media says he is guilty out the gate. 8 male jurors and 4 women hold his fate. No cameras allowed in the court. Content creators screaming more, more. Family arriving in all black. Victims' families sitting in the back. Media saying the feds got it in the sack. Official transcripts will show the full story. Full statements, but the details may be gory. Victims' names not being used to keep from getting approached by the accused. Did the feds charge Diddy for his crimes or just for some freak off good times? Say there is much more. This trial is sure not to be a bore. Everyone has seen the famous video, but there's more we don't know. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. This will be left to the 12 on the jury committee. Infamous Sylvia is boots on the ground, out there on the media crowd, hearing all the murmurs and rumors flying all around. Independent press is better than the rest. Can they pass the test? Infamous Sylvia has it all. Live on site to read in the transcripts at night. Subscribe and like. There's no one like her inside. Did he do what they say? Will NYC jail be where he stay? Will the defense be able to provide reasonable doubt? We got the transcripts to act out. Infamous Sylvia will be there throughout. Will the bad boy for life be serving life? Or will he get the win and be in the next jet to Berlin? Is he innocent or guilty? We wanna hear your theory. Baby, oil galore, but the feds say there is much more. This trial is sure not to be a bore. Evidence seems to be a 10, 8 to 10 weeks and maybe more to come. Diddy defense says it's mutual, tough love, the feds say it's way beyond just two cuddle doves. Diddy says he is love, love, love. Diddy defense team got 8 on the move, Egnafalo, Garrigo, Shapiro, Steele, Donaldson, Westmoreland, Esteval, and Driscoll. The feds got him on 5 charges, they say he on that RICO. Media says he is guilty out the gate. 8 male jurors and 4 women hold his fate. No cameras allowed in the court. Content creators screaming more, more. Family arriving in all black. Victims' families sitting in the back. Media saying the feds got it in the sack. Official transcripts will show the full story. Full statements, but the details may be gory. Victims' names not being used to keep from getting approached feds charge Diddy for his crimes, or just for some freak off good times. Baby, oil galore, but the feds say there is much more. This trial is sure not to be a bore. Everyone has seen the famous video, but there's more we don't know. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. This will be left to the 12 on the jury committee. Infamous Sylvia is boots on the ground, out there on the media crowd, hearing all the murmurs and rumors flying all around. Independent press is better than the rest. Can they pass the test? Infamous Sylvia has it all. Live on site to read in the transcripts at night. Subscribe and like. There's no one like her inside. Did he do what they say? Will NYC jail be where he stay? Will the defense be able to provide reasonable doubt? We got the transcripts to act out. Infamous Sylvia will be there throughout. Will the bad boy for life be serving life? Or will he get the win and be in the next jet to Berlin? Is he innocent or guilty? We wanna hear your theory. Baby, oil galore, but the feds say there is much more. This trial is sure not to be a bore.
Okay, y'all. I have my two faithful individuals here, but the other person, I have no clue, y'all. I put in the request for them to come. I send them an email. I send them the transcript, and they ghost on me. But here's my faithful two. Tiara and Mimi, we are ready to rock and roll. We're on the testimony of Officer Florez and the sex worker. All right, ladies, let's rock and roll. Afternoon session, 1:25 p.m. in open court, jury not present. In terms of the objection raised before our break to 7R.
Judge, I apologize. We're just waiting for the defendant. He isn't quite here yet.
Oh, thank you for giving me the heads up.
No, that's all right. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Before we bring the jury back, there was an objection raised to two of the government's exhibit, 7R-141 and 7R-148. My understanding is that they're identical except for the added notes on 7R-148. As to 7R-141, subject to the government laying the proper foundation under 8036, the exhibit is admissible. So we'll see whether the foundation can be laid. As to 7R-148, my understanding is that in addition to the objection to 804 grounds, Mr. Steele, the principal objection is to the added notes under Rule 403. And I think that objection is well taken. We're going to have to, whatever video evidence is presented to the jury, presented, he said it twice, and the jury can draw its own inference, its own conclusion based on the review of the video. The added notes here are the individual's characterization of what he saw. And I think principally the objection is under Rule 403, that's his impression and opinions concerning a video that the jury is going to see is potentially prejudiced, and there's very little probative value given that the video will be shown to the jury. So, on that basis, 7R 148 is excluded. All right. Is the government, well, let me get the jury back and then we can proceed. But any reason we cannot proceed at this time, Miss Chavalit? Talbot?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Agaglio?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring our jury. Let's bring back our jury. All right. This is going to be a direct examination of Mr. Flores, y'all. Is the government prepared to call its first witness?
Your Honor, before the government calls its first witness, the government moves to enter four stipulations agreed to between the parties. That's Government Exhibit 1301, 1302, 1303, and 1304.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Government's exhibit 1301, 1302, 1303, 1304 received in evidence.
And with that, the government calls its first witness, Officer Israel Florez.
All right. The witness may approach. Remain standing for a moment. Please raise your right hand. Israel Florez, called as a witness by the government. Having been duly sworn, testify as follows. Ms. Savlik, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Officer Florez.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Israel Florez. Israel Florez. Florez.
Officer Flores, are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do?
I am a police officer for the Los Angeles Police Department.
Is that commonly referred to as the LAPD?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been an LAPD police officer?
A little over 7 years.
Approximately when did you start?
Um, in 2018.
Do you currently have any other jobs?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
I am a reservist for the Army.
How long have you been a reservist in the Army?
A little over 15 years.
And what did you do for work prior to joining the LAPD?
I was a security guard.
Did you work for a specific company?
Yes, ma'am.
What company was that?
Securitas.
What kind of company is security Securitas?
It's a high-rise security company. So they deal with high-rise buildings and hotels and stuff.
And is it a contractor?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how long did you work for Securitas?
About 10 years.
And did you work for Securitas in March 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
What location were you working at in March 2016?
I was working for the InterContinental Hotel and Security in Century City.
Where is Century City?
It's a neighboring city next to Beverly Hills.
Is that in the Los Angeles area?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working there on March 5th,
Yes,
2016?
sorry. Yes,
Mhm.
ma'am.
Officer Flores, at a high level, can you explain to the jury what happened during your shift on March 5th, 2016?
I received, I was at a security base. I received a call from Instant Services saying there was a woman in distress on the sixth floor.
And did you respond to that call?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened after you responded?
After I responded, when I got out of the elevator, I observed a male and a female in the elevator lobby.
Did you recognize the male and female?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you who did you recognize them to be?
Mr. Combs, Sean Combs.
And sitting here today in court, do you see Mr. Combs?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you identify him by describing a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
I think he's wearing a gray sweater.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. Now, Officer Flores, we'll come back to this incident that you described at a high level involving Mr. Combs. But first, what was your title at Secur- Securitas in March 2016?
I was the assistant director security
How long did you hold that title?
for about a little over a year.
And what were your responsibilities as the assistant director of security at the InterContinental Hotel?
It was pretty much dealt with any incidents that happen in the hotel, any trainings for the new employees, assisted the director with what is it? Like any new employees for the hotel that needed training for security purposes. We worked and I would assist with that.
And so you were the assistant director, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
While you were the assistant director, who was the director of security?
The director was Bill Medrano.
And after you, what was your next position after being assistant director of security at the Intercontinental?
I became the director.
At the Intercontinental as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you become the director of security at the Intercontinental?
I believe at the end or the beginning of 2017, the end of 2016, beginning of 2017.
What were your responsibilities as the director of security?
Pretty much the same thing I just mentioned, but also now I would be facilitating the training for the whole hotel, and I attend a lot more meetings with the hotel staff and managers.
How long were you director of security?
Like a year or a little bit over a year.
When did you leave Securitas?
2018.
And why did you leave?
I got hired on with Los Angeles Police Department.
Officer Flores, I want to focus now on the Intercontinental Hotel in Century City. Ms. Gavin, can you please publish for the witness, the court, and the parties government exhibits 2B 124 and 2B 125? Officer Flores, do you see the photos on the screen in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
There are pictures of the Intercontinental Hotel.
And how do you know that?
It's a very unique hotel. It's like a pyramid shaped hotel in Century City.
Are these photos fair and accurate depictions of the Intercontinental Hotel in Century City as it existed in March 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the government officers, government exhibit 2B 124 and 2B 125 into evidence. Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Those exhibits will be admitted. Ms. Gavin, can you please publish these? Ms. Gavin, can you please publish these exhibits for the jury? Officer Flores, can you please explain to the jury what they're looking at in government exhibits 2B 124 and 2B 125?
They're looking at the Intercontinental Hotel
And where is that located once again?
in Century City.
Thank you, Officer Flores. Ms. Gavin, you can take this down. Now, turning back to your role as a security officer at the Intercontinental Hotel, approximately how many other people worked as security officers at the Intercontinental in March 2016?
It was about like 12.
And how generally were those 12 or so officers staffed?
It Hello, can you hear me?
Hmm.
It was pretty much three per shift, and we had three shifts.
Can you describe what shifts there were?
Yes, morning, which was 6 to 2 p.m., afternoon, 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., and nights, which was 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
And you said that 3 officers staffed each shift. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Of those 3 officers, were any of them supervisors?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, generally speaking, where were security officers stationed during their shifts?
So if there was all three of them working at on the shift, the supervisor would stay in the security base, and then the other two would be doing patrols, one inside and one outside.
Now, you mentioned security base. Can you explain to the jury what the security base is?
Yes, just our security office. We used to just call it base for shorter or slang.
Now, moving on to a slightly different topic. Did the Intercontinental Hotel have a video surveillance in March 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you describe that system?
It had three systems. One covered the roof, the other one the interior of the hotel, and then the other system covered the parking lot.
I want to focus on the video surveillance system that was on the interior of the hotel, where generally were the cameras within that system. Mm,
Oh, where we at?
mm, 24.
Obviously, every floor had cameras. There would be on the elevator lobby and then two on the hallway. One facing north, the other one facing south. And depending on the floor, there would be more cameras if there was more hallways, so more turns.
But at least 3 cameras per floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the cameras run continuously?
There were motions, so yes.
So they ran continuously.
Yes, ma'am.
Did they record continuously?
Only when there was motion on the cameras.
They were motion activated?
Yes, ma'am.
What, if any, responsibility did security staff have with respect to video surveillance?
Just review cameras, that's pretty much it.
Where could security staff review the video surveillance?
So we had obviously our security base where we could review it, and supervisors and the director we had there was another room. It was like the main room, and that was pretty much to troubleshoot the cameras if we had to. And you could also review cameras there.
So you specified 2 different rooms. Is that right?
Correct.
The security base. Is that right?
Yes.
What had access to the security base?
Every security officer.
And you mentioned a main room. Is that the term you use?
Yes, ma'am.
Who had access to the main room?
The supervisors and the director of the security.
Did anyone else at the hotel monitor video surveillance?
No, it was just us. If anybody needed to review footage, they would come to us.
Now, did security staff have the ability to rewind video surveillance?
Yeah, we were able to rewind, but it was only for like a good amount. It wasn't like so you couldn't rewind further back than specific days. And if you did want to, then you would need a passcode or a password to do that.
Did you have a password or a passcode to rewind further from however many days?
No, ma'am.
Was it possible to download video surveillance?
If you had that password, I'm sure you would be able to.
Who among the security staff had the ability to download video surveillance with the passcode?
The director of security and the camera guy.
Who was the camera guy?
I don't remember his name.
Was he a member of the security staff?
No, he was like third party company.
Did you have the passcode to download or rewind video surveillance?
When I became the director, I did, but not at that time.
So not in March of 2016.
No, ma'am.
Now, you mentioned a moment ago that one of your responsibilities as a security officer at the InterContinental included responding to incidents. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
What exactly do you mean by responding to incidents?
Pretty much any incident, like there was an altercation, trespass, any fights, any. We have had a couple suicides there, so any suicides, just anything out of the ordinary.
Did you have to document your response to incidents?
Yes, ma'am.
How exactly did you document your response to incidents?
So we would do our incident reports with just pretty much an email sent out to all the department heads.
And did you have a name for these sorts of emails that you would send to department heads?
Yes, just incident reports.
What information were you required to include in an incident report?
Who, the five W's, and how.
The five W's?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jury what the five W's are?
Who, what, when, where, and why.
What determined whether you filed an incident report or not?
Anything that had to do with the hotel. So if there's like destruction of the hotel or anything that specific department head needs to know, we would send those emails out.
Did you include attachments to incident reports?
Yes,
What sort of attachments?
just pictures.
And where would the pictures come from when you attach them to incident reports?
I need someone to take over for me
Okay.
just for a moment.
Okay, I just came in. I'm sorry, yeah, I'm not feeling well. Just bear with me a second. Okay. What page are we on? My apologies.
173. Well, you want me to finish this part out and you go to 174? We on 173.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So if we so we had a camera at our security office. So if we would use that camera, but if let's say they didn't charge it, we would use our phones and take pictures with our phones and then send it as an attachment. And what determined whether you would attach a photo to an incident report or not? Like I said, anything that's like out of the ordinary. There's anything that was broken, anything that was damaged, that sorts of. Did you attach video surveillance to incident reports?
No,
No.
ma'am.
Okay. Why not?
We didn't have the password and we didn't know how to do it.
Did you otherwise reference video surveillance in incident reports?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you do that?
So we had so we had the emails and that we went out, and then we had a book which was like a passed down book, and anybody that was like coming into the shift, we would pretty much let them know what happened, like a brief summary of what happened in that book, and we would just tell them like see email, and then they would know to go to the out to the sent email, and that's how we would get it.
And when you reference video surveillance in these email incident reports, what did you include?
The timestamp of the video and the location of the video.
The location of the video?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean by that?
So if it was like if it happened on the seventh floor and we would put seventh floor cameras, north camera or lobby camera,
Who did you send incident reports to?
I would send it to my director. I would send it to the committee for the hotel, which all the departments had. And if it happened to do with like specific managers, like for housekeeping, they didn't have an actual department head. They had a manager. So we would send the email to the manager.
Was drafting and sending incident reports something you did regularly when you worked at the InterContinental Hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
Officer Flores, were you required to alert police about incidents?
Yes.
Under what circumstances?
Depending like I said, if there was like an altercation, and let's say there was a fight or there's like more than if it was only three of us and it was more than three, then we would call the police so they can assist us. If there was someone trespassing that we didn't want to leave, they would say they were naked and we couldn't get them out. And when we would call the police, the suicide, we would call the police. If there's anything, if there's like a fight or some of them wanted to press charges and well, then detain them, call the police so they can assist us. Hello? Can y'all hear me? Hello? Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading and I'm sorry. Generally speaking, Officer Flores, after you sent an incident report, what would happen?
So after we sent the incident report, it was pretty much like completely out of our hands. We're just observing and reporting. So anything that happened, we send it to them, and then if they needed a follow up, we would ask questions, and or they would come to the officer, and then they would review footage with us. But that's pretty much.
I want to go back to March 5th, 2016. You said you were working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your shift?
The morning shift, which is 6 to 2 p.m.
6 a.m. to 2 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember who else was working with you that day?
Henry Ellis, and I don't remember the other. There was two, I think, two guards though.
Two other officers?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you described an incident that took place that day, just a moment ago. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately what time did that incident take place?
Around 11 a.m.
How were you made aware of that incident?
Uh, I received a call from an instant service. Um, Pretty much letting me know that there was a woman in distress on the sixth floor.
Where were you when you got this call?
I was in the security base.
And you said you got this call from instant services?
Yes, ma'am.
What is instant services?
So the hotel has like each floor has a phone. So if you pick it up, it doesn't it does it goes directly to them. And it's pretty much You you don't have a dial. You don't have to dial anything. You just pick up the phone and it goes to instant services. And she pretty much directs the call. So if you need like housekeeping, if you need security, she direct the call.
And what information was provided to you by instant services?
The only thing she said was there was a woman in distress on the sixth floor.
Did you respond to the call?
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, did you do before responding to this call?
I closed down security base. I checked the cameras to see what was going on because I didn't want to go into a situation where I was, unprepared. I looked at the cameras and I see a male, black, just pacing back and forth on the sixth floor.
Were you looking at the cameras on the sixth floor in real time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you recognize the man pacing back and forth at that time?
No, ma'am.
Did you rewind the video surveillance to see what had happened before?
No, ma'am.
And why not?
I got the call saying there was a woman in distress. I looked at the camera. I see a man walking back and forth. There was no woman in the video. So I'm thinking something happened because I didn't see anything. I see any a female in the footage. So I wanted to get there as fast as possible to make sure that nothing was going on.
Who, if anyone, did you notify of this call at the time that you responded?
So when I closed down the security base, as I was running the elevator, I had my radio, so I radioed both my guys to respond back to the security base and just stand by for further.
What did you do next?
I got on the elevator, went to the sixth floor. I got off, and then when I seen both the individuals.
So, what happened when you arrived on the sixth floor?
I seen Mr. Combs in a towel, some like colored socks, sitting down to my further away from me on my right side. And then I see Miss Cassie in the corner, kind of like covering her face and bundled up in the corner.
Did you recognize either of these individuals at this point?
Just Mr. Combs.
How did you recognize Mr. Combs?
He's a rapper, a producer.
Miss Gavin, can you please publish for the witness, the court, and the parties only government exhibits 2A101 and 2A401? Officer Florez, do you recognize these photos?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
Pictures of Mr. Combs and Miss Cassie.
And how do you know these individuals?
They were the one involved in that incident.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of the individuals that you encountered in the elevator lobby of the InterContinental Hotel on March 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
The government offers government exhibits 2A101 and 2A401 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
These exhibits will be admitted.
Miss Gavin, can you please publish these exhibits for the jury? Officer Flores, can you please identify the individuals in these photos for the jury?
To my left is Mr. Combs, and to my right is Miss Cassie.
And is the individual on the left in government exhibit 2A101, is that the same person as the individual that you identified as Mr. Combs just a moment ago?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Miss Gavin, can you take those down? Now, Officer Flores, you said that you recognized Mr. Combs immediately. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you recognize the female immediately?
No, ma'am.
Did you come to understand the identity of the female?
Yes, ma'am.
How?
Well, later on in the day when I got home, I went home to tell my wife at the time that what had happened, and she's the one that brought it up. Like, oh, I think she's
Objection. Hearsay.
get a fresh question.
I'm sorry.
Can you rephrase your question?
Officer Flores, did you come to understand the identity of the female who was there in the elevator lobby?
Yes,
Who did you come to understand her to be?
Miss Cassie.
Can you describe Mr. Combs' demeanor when you got off the elevator?
Yeah, it was. He was on the chair, slouching down, and he was like a blank stare. And yeah, as soon as I walked out, it was the best way I can describe it. Like like a devilish stare. He was just like looking at me. So when I got out of the elevator, I kind of was stuck because I'm looking at him and he's looking at me with like no movement, and he started to move.
What was he wearing?
Just a towel and socks.
Now, you said that you didn't recognize the woman at the time. Did you hear Mr. Combs refer to the woman?
Yes.
How did he refer to her?
Miss Cece or Cece.
And this is the woman that you came to understand was Cassie?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the woman's demeanor?
Scared.
Can you describe what you mean by that?
Well, she was in the corner. She was had her hoodie on. She was pretty much just covered up. I couldn't see her face. She just was just pretty much in the corner.
What, if anything, did you notice about the state of the elevator lobby?
So every floor had a flower vase, and it was destroyed pretty much on the floor.
Did you speak to the two individuals?
I did.
Who did you address first?
Mr. Gomes.
What did you say?
I advised them obviously, like, first I was like, hey, what's going on? Obviously they were arguing, so I told them both. Told them like, hey, if you guys going to argue, you guys have to go back, take it back into your room. And then I told them the mess that was there, it was going to be charged to the room.
Did you address the woman?
Eventually, just talk to if she's going if she's going to be arguing, pretty much go back to the room.
And what did she say?
She just said that she wanted her phone and her bag, and she wanted to leave.
What did you do next?
After talking to them, I pretty much started escorting both of them back to the room.
And did Mr. Combs interact with the woman after you started to escort them back to the room?
So I know they were arguing, but I don't remember exactly what they were saying. But as I was escorting them, she left the opposite way, and we were walking towards the room, and then eventually he started. He tried to like re-engage, and I was pretty much reminding him like, hey, there's other guests in this hotel. Just out of respect for them, let's go back to the room.
What did Mr. Combs say to Cassie as he was trying to re-engage with her?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you remember Cassie saying anything as she was walking back to the room?
Yeah, just that she was saying that she wanted to get her phone and her bag, and she wanted to leave.
And what did Mr. Combs say in response to that?
He did tell her at one point that He said, "You're not going to leave."
And what did you say?
I told him, like, well, if she wants to leave, she's going to leave. And that was pretty much it.
Did you follow them to their room?
Yes, ma'am.
Who entered the room?
Mr. Combs?
Did anyone else enter the room with Mr. Combs?
Yes, she finally did, Miss Cassie.
Did the door close behind them?
No, ma'am.
Why did it not close?
I put my foot in between the door. Again, she wanted to leave. He said that he had mentioned, "I don't want her to leave." Well, I don't want you to leave. So I knew if I let the door close, something can happen. So I put my body in between the door before he closed it and watch her get her stuff.
Did you actually enter the room?
Half of my body was in the door and the other half was outside the door.
Were you able to see inside the room?
Yeah, the majority of the room I was able to see.
Now, you said that both Mr. Combs and Cassie entered the room. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Besides Mr. Combs and Cassie, was anybody else in that room?
Yes, ma'am.
Who?
It's a male, black, wearing dark clothes. He was sitting at the corner of the bed.
Did you recognize this man?
No, ma'am.
Was he clothed?
Yes.
And what was he doing?
Nothing.
Can you describe his appearance?
He was fully clothed, male, black. Wasn't engaged in any conversation with either of them. He was just sitting in the corner of the bed.
Was he present in the room when Mr. Combs and Cassie entered?
I'm back. Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Officer Florez, approximately how long were you standing at the door to the room?
Just about a couple of minutes.
Did Mr. Combs say anything else to Cassie?
So they were going back and forth. First, she was like, "You can't leave." Then he was telling her to leave. So it was just back and forth, both of them.
Did Cassie ultimately leave the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Which way did she go?
She went back the same way to the elevator lobby.
And where was Mr. Combs when Cassie left the room?
Um, in the room.
What, if anything, did Mr. Combs do after Cassie left?
So after she left, I told him like, "Hey, stay in the room. Again, everything is going to be charged into your room." As I started walking away, he called for me. He said, "Hey." I turned around, and he was pretty much holding like a stack of money. Pretty much, I don't know. That's the best way I can do it. And he was pretty much telling me like, "Hey, take this and don't tell nobody." Pretty much.
What did you understand him to mean when he said, "Don't tell anyone"?
A bribe.
A bribe to do what?
Not to tell anybody.
How far away from you was Mr. Combs when he offered you the money?
About 3 or 4 feet.
Can you describe approximately how much cash he offered you?
I don't It was just $100 bill on the top, and then the rest were just it was just a stack of money.
And just going back to something you said earlier, you said that initially Mr. Combs said you can't leave, and then he eventually said leave. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Back to the cash that Mr. Combs offered you. You said that it was a stack?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately. Can you show the jury what you mean with your hands?
I don't know. If I extend my thumb to my pinky,
How did you respond to Mr. Combs' offer?
I told him I don't want your money. Just go back to your room. Everything is going to be charged to your room and stay in your room. And I left.
Did you take the money?
No, ma'am.
Were there any video surveillance cameras focused on Mr. Combs' room?
No, ma'am.
Where did you go, Officer Florez, after Mr. Combs tried to hand you this stack of money?
I tried to catch up with Miss Cassie.
Did Mr. Combs follow?
No.
Where did Cassie go?
She went down to the valet area.
Where is the valet area?
It's right in front of the hotel lobby, right outside, pretty much.
Outside the hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do when you and Cassie were in the valet area?
So when I obviously I noticed her. She was in the valet area. I still didn't know what happened. The only thing I saw was the broken vase. So I went up to her. So where the cars pass, there's like it's a sidewalk. So it's a step down. She was at the corner or at the edge of it. So I stepped down and I got in front of her, pretty much directly in front of her. And then I pretty much looking up at her. And then I just started asking her questions. What happened? Are you okay? And then I noticed she had like a purple eye. And then I asked her, like, did he do it? Do you want me to call the cops? And all she kept saying is, I just want to leave.
Why did you offer to call the cops?
I mean, if it's anybody going to, if there's an altercation, I'm still going to be like, hey, are you going to do you want me to call the cops? And then as a female getting hit, I'm obviously going to ask her if she wants me to call the cops. I do understand, that they get scared and they don't want to do anything. So kind of try to like comfort them and, allow them to be like, to feel safe. So I asked her if she wanted me to call the cops and she just kept saying she wanted to leave.
Now, to be clear, Officer Flores, at this point, had you seen an altercation?
No, ma'am.
And at this point, had you reviewed any of the video surveillance?
No, I did not.
Did Cassie eventually leave the hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
How?
Excuse me. So after speaking to her, I was trying to get some information. So I walked inside to get Addie, who is a front desk manager. As I was coming back, there was a car that had pulled up and she left in the black SUV.
Did she drive herself in the black SUV?
No, ma'am.
Did she have a driver?
Yes.
Did you interact with that driver?
I did before I went inside.
Can you describe the driver?
About 7 feet, pretty big guy, male, black.
Did you speak with him?
Just briefly because he interrupted my conversation with her.
And can you describe the interaction?
So again, I was talking to her, trying to get her to see if she wanted me to call the cops. And he said, hey, she wants to leave. And I looked at him and I said, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to her. So I continued talking to her and she said, no, I just want to leave. And I said, hold on, I'll be back. And that's when I left.
And you had said that you were trying to get some information from her. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What sort of information?
Just her name, phone number, just in case the hotel wanted to reach out to her for anything in the future.
At this point, did you know who she was?
No.
After Cassie left, Officer Flores, what did you do next?
So after she left, obviously I had already gotten Addie, who was the front desk manager. And he said, all right, well, let's go to talk to Mr. Combs so we can advise him of the hotel rules. So we went up to his room.
And what was the purpose of speaking with Mr. Combs?
So from what Addie had told me, it happened. Hearsay.
Miss Slavic, maybe re-ask the question, and if the witness can just listen to the question and then answer. Officer Flores, you said that you and Addie went up to Mr. Combs' room.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you go up to Mr. Combs' room?
So we can remind him of the hotel rules.
Did you make it to his room?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Combs come to the door?
Yes, ma'am.
What was his demeanor as he came to the door?
So he opens the door, he closed the door behind him, and immediately he pretty much grabbed Addie's phone.
Can you explain how that came to be? Why he grabbed the phone?
So Addie, he talks with his hands and he's always holding his phone. So while he was talking to Mr. Combs, he was doing this. And obviously, Mr. Combs thought he was being recorded. So he grabbed his phone and he pretty much saying, like, well, he said, "Are you recording me?" And he grabbed the phone. As he did that, I pretty much pinned him to the wall and told him, let go of Addie's phone.
How did Mr. Combs respond to you pinning him to the wall?
I told him to let go of the phone. He eventually did, but Addie was like, I'll show you my phone. I'll show you my phone. So Addie, was just trying to de-escalate the situation. He pretty much opened his phone and said, I'm not recording you. And he showed everything. So kind of de-escalated the situation.
What happened next?
I just told him the same thing I told him. Like everything that happened in the lobby is going to be charged to your room. And he reminded me that it was checkout, so he needed to check out by 3 p.m.
Now, you said that you had seen another man in the hotel room when you first responded to the incident. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
During this interaction involving Mr. Combs and Addie, did you see that man in the room again?
No, ma'am.
And why not?
The door was closed behind him.
Did you leave Mr. Combs' room after this interaction?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do anything else before leaving the sixth floor?
Yeah. We went to the elevator lobby, and I don't remember if it was me or Addie, but one of us took pictures of the lobby.
Why?
It was property damage. And obviously there was broken stuff. So we needed to, one, attach it to the email that I was eventually going to send, and two, so we can send it to the housekeeper so she can tell the house men to clean it up.
Where did you go next, Officer Flores?
We went down to the lobby. I just told them that I would send the email as soon as I can. And I went back to the security office.
You went back to the security office?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do when you returned to the security office?
I started to I started writing the email of what had happened.
The email incident report.
Yes.
Can you just remind the jury what an incident report is?
Just anything that happened in the incident. So the who, what, when, where, and why.
Miss Gavin, can you please publish for the witness, the court, and the parties only the first two pages of Government Exhibit 7R 141? Officer Flores, do you recognize the document on the screen in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
It's the incident report that I sent out.
How do you know?
Well, my name is on it, and the hotel security email is on top.
Did you draft this incident report at or near the time of the actual incident on March 5th, 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you draft and send incident reports like these in the course of your duties as a security officer at the InterContinental Hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
Was drafting and sending reports a regular practice when you were a security officer at the Intercontinental?
Yes, ma'am.
The government offers Government Exhibit 7R 141 into evidence. All right, 7R 141 will be admitted.
Same objection.
Noted.
Thank you.
Ms. Gavin, can you publish this exhibit for the jury, please? Now, Officer Flores, can you explain to the jury what they're looking at here?
It's the incident report.
And did you draft and send this document?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Gavin, can you zoom in on the top portion of this email? Officer Flores, do you see the from line?
Yes, ma'am.
And what email address is that?
That's the security office email.
And who was this email sent to?
Addie, who was a front desk assistant manager. Bill Medrano, who was my director, and the hotel committee, which is all of the department heads of the hotel, and Sandy, who was the housekeeping manager.
What is the subject of this email?
It says pics from the sixth floor.
And what about the time and the date and time that the email was sent?
It says March 5th, 2016 at 3 p.m.
Now, you testified earlier that you responded to the incident around 11 a.m. that day. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the date and time of this email consistent with your recollection of when you sent the incident report?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you zoom out, Ms. Gavin? Thank you. Now, Officer Flores, without going line by line, can you just give an overview of what's in the body of this incident report?
It's pretty much the incident from start to finish. The date, time, when I received the call, and just the incident of me interacting with both the individuals.
Did you include the individual's name in the incident report?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you mentioned that you had seen another man in the hotel room. Did you include that fact in the incident report?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
He was he was irrelevant. When I got there, he wasn't in the incident, wasn't at the incident. When we got into the room, he didn't talk to nobody. So he was just someone that was just there.
And when you say when you got there, he wasn't part of the incident, you mean when you got to the elevator lobby, he wasn't there?
Correct.
Miss Gavin, can you put up pages 3 and 4 of this document side by side? Officer Flores, what is depicted in these photos here?
The broken or the damage that was on the sixth floor.
Who took these photos?
Like I said, it was either me or Addie that took them.
Do these photos fairly and accurately depict the condition of the sixth floor elevator when you responded to the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the purpose of attaching these photos to the incident report?
Again, it was kind of to let them know what had happened, the damage, and also so that the housekeeping manager can see what she needed to do to send the houseman and what the houseman needed to take to clean the damage.
Miss Gavin, can you put up pages 5 and 6 of this document side by side? Officer Flores, what is depicted in these photos here?
That's dirt splattered on the wall, and then that's the flowers that were there in the corner.
Do these photos accurately depict the wall area of the sixth floor lobby when you responded to the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Miss Gavin. You can take this down. Now, Officer Flores, after you sent the incident report that we just looked at, who, if anyone, contacted you?
The only one that contacted me was my director,
And remind the jury who that was?
Bill Mizrano.
What, if anything, did Mr. Medrano tell you to do?
Obviously, he had reviewed the email, and all he told me was, "Objection! Hearsay!"
Overruled. You can answer.
He told me to review the footage and then add anything else that I observed on the footage.
On the video surveillance footage?
Yes, ma'am.
So did you review the video surveillance footage?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you review the video surveillance footage?
Almost simultaneously when we were talking on the phone, I started reviewing. And then I was pretty much telling him I was seeing, and then that's when he said, okay, add that to the email.
And why did you review the the video surveillance?
Same thing. He told me to review, make sure there was nothing else that we missed on the first email.
Your Honor, may I have permission to approach the witness? You may. Officer Flores, I put a drive in front of you. Do you recognize this thumb drive?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It was a drive that was about 5 videos.
Did you review the contents of the drive?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
Yesterday.
And did you initial the tag attached to the drive after you reviewed it?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see your initials on that tag right there?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, what is on the drive?
It's 2 cell phones, videos that I took, and 3 other camera footages.
Are you in certain of these videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Do the contents of the drive fairly and accurately depict what you saw on March 5th, 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that true of each file on this drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the government offers into evidence the contents of this drive. That's Government Exhibits 3B 101, 3B 102, 10C 103, 10C 104, and 10C 105. All right. Are there any objections that the court has not previously addressed?
Based? No.
All right. The exhibits will be admitted. Ms. Gavin, can you please publish Government Exhibits 10C 103? Now we're going to play this video, Officer Flores. But before we play it, can you just describe to the jury what we're looking at here on the screen?
That's the 6th floor elevator lobby.
And do you see the timestamps at the top of the video?
Yes, ma'am.
What do they say?
It says March 5th, 2016 at 11:10 a.m.
And is that generally consistent with your recollection of when this incident took place?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Gavin, could you please play the video all the way through and then we'll go back and walk through specific segments? Mm. Officer Flores, I want to walk through this video segment by segment. But first, did the video surveillance at the InterContinental have audio? No, ma'am. Miss Gavin, could you restart and play the video through 29 seconds? Officer Flores, who is this?
What
Miss
page you on?
Cassie.
Oh.
202.
Miss
Do you
Cassie.
do you notice the pixelation in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that typical of the video surveillance system used at the Intercontinental March in March 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Gavin, please play through 31 seconds. Who is this individual, Officer Flores?
That's Mr. Combs.
Ms. Gavin, please continue playing through 56 seconds. Officer Flores, have you seen this video before you responded to the incident on the 6th floor?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Gavin, please listen, playing through 116. What is happening here, Officer Flores?
She picked up the phone, so it's pretty much went straight to instant services.
This is the phone that connected to instant services that you described earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Gavin, could you continue playing through 126, please? Now, Officer Flores, did you notice how the video kind of jumped right there?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that typical of the video surveillance system as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Gavin, please continue playing through 214. Now, first, Officer Flores, can you remind the jury of what Cassie said as she was heading back to the room?
Um, she just wanted to get her phone and her bag, and she wanted to leave.
And can you remind the jury of what you found when you arrived at the elevator lobby?
The vase and the flowers that were there.
And these were depicted in the photos that we just looked at.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Gavin, can you play the video to the end, please? Now, Officer Flores, what do you see here at the very end of this video?
It's me coming out the elevator, the lobby.
That's you?
Yes.
Ms. Gavin, could you please publish what is in evidence as Government Exhibit 10C 104? Now, Officer Flores. Now, Officer Flores, before we start playing this video, can you explain to the jury what we're looking at here?
We were looking at the north hallway of the 6th floor.
So we're in relation to this. So the video that we see on this screen is the elevator lobby that we saw in the previous video.
To the right.
Those doors to the right?
Yes.
Miss Gavin, could you please start at 319 and play to 324? Who do you see in that little clip that we just played, Officer Flores?
Miss Cassie going south on the hallway and me going to the lobby.
Miss Gavin, I want you to continue playing through 707. Officer Flores, I'm going to ask you some questions as you play the video. Now, who was in this frame?
Myself and Mr. Combs.
And what was happening here?
Pretty much just escorting him back to his room.
What, if anything, was Mr. Combs saying at this time?
I don't remember. I'm sure I'm just letting him know, like, we got to go back to your room.
Now here, around this 448 timestamp, what's happening here?
Miss Cassie is coming back north on the hallway.
And what, if anything, was Mr. Combs saying to Cassie?
Pretty much started to argue again. I'm trying to de-escalate, telling him to go back to his room.
Here, around the 522 timestamp, what is happening here?
That's when she was saying she wanted to get her cell phone and her bag and she wanted to leave.
And she's heading towards the room?
Yes, ma'am.
This is around the 551 timestamp. Who is this?
It's a man, it's a houseman that's in charge of that floor.
Was he involved in this incident at all?
No, ma'am.
And that is around the 617 timestamp. Who was
Yes,
this in the frame?
that's me.
Where were you going?
Sorry, that's Miss Cassie going back to the lobby, elevator lobby.
Here around the 638 timestamp. Who is this?
That's me
Where were you going?
going to catch up to Miss Cassie.
Why did you go down this hall?
So what I was checking was the stairwell that leads to the bottom floor, and I didn't see her in the lobby. So either she had gotten in or she probably went through the stairs. So I was checking to see if I can hear her going down the stairs.
You was just checking for Cassie?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Miss Gavin. You can take this down. Now, Officer Flores, had you reviewed this video surveillance before you sent the incident report?
No, ma'am.
And after viewing the video surveillance, did you call the police?
No.
Why not?
After speaking to her, she didn't. She didn't respond to any of my questions. She was just saying, I want to leave. I just want to leave. And even when I offer her, like, hey, the cops can go to the back of the building, nobody is going to see. She just kept saying, I just want to leave. So there's no victim there. Obviously, nobody was pressing charges. So then the time I did draft up the email, everybody was gone because Mr. Combs had already left.
At that point, did you have, well, did you know who Cassie was at that point?
No,
Did you have any of her contact information?
no.
Now, can we pull up the incident report at 7R141, please, Miss Gavin? Can you highlight the third paragraph? Officer Flores, you just said that at the point that you drafted and sent the incident report, Mr. Combs had left the hotel. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you remind the jury what the manager told Mr. Combs when you were at Mr. Combs' hotel door?
Pretty much the same thing. That everything that happened in the elevator lobby was going to be charged to the room. And he reminded him that checkout was coming up, so he needed to check out and leave.
And focusing on one of the, I guess, third to the last sentence, starting with he saw Mod Addy holding his phone. Miss Gavin, can you just highlight that sentence? Officer Flores, can you read beginning at no one was recording?
No one was no one was recording him. That's the safety and the privacy of the guests is important to the hotel. And if he tried to do something like that, he would get kicked out and escorted off the property by LAPD.
That's the Los Angeles Police Department.
Yes.
Thank you, Miss Gavin. You can take that down. And you said that Mr. Combs did eventually leave the hotel.
Yes.
Now, going back to your review of the video surveillance, what, if anything, did you add to the incident report after you reviewed the video surveillance?
Pretty much the whole like altercation between him and her.
You included a description of that altercation.
Yes.
Did you attach the video to the supplemented incident report?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I had no way of doing that. No password, and I didn't know how to do that.
Now, Officer Flores, what else, if anything, did you do with the video surveillance capturing this incident?
Um, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Did you do anything else with that video surveillance after you reviewed it?
Oh yeah, I recorded I guess two videos of the video
How did you record those two videos?
with my cell phone,
What kind of phone did you have?
an iPhone.
Why did you record it with your iPhone?
Again, I was going home, and if I would have told my wife, "Hey, this is what happened," she wouldn't have believed me. So here's a video.
When did you make these cell phone recordings?
Right after I was still at work that same day.
Miss Gavin, can you please publish what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 3B102? Officer Flores, before we start this video, can you just explain what we're looking at?
The sixth floor elevator lobby. And what video is this? Sorry. This is mine.
One of your cell phone videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Gavin, can you play the video? And Officer Flores, can you just talk us through what's happening? Actually, pause, please. Officer Flores, is there sound in this video?
Background noise, yes.
What do you mean by background noise?
I was recording with my phone, so anything that was happening in the office, you'll be able to hear it.
Thank you. Keep playing, Miss Gavin, please. What is happening? What is happening here, Officer Flores?
Um, I'm pretty much explaining everything that I'm seeing and that they had to go to their room. I'm telling them, like, obviously there is damage to the lobby, so that needs to get fixed and it's going to be charged to the room.
Who was that?
That was me.
Officer Flores, was the portion of the video that we just watched, was that portion captured on the video that we watched just a moment ago?
No.
Did you record any other portions of this incident?
Just an altercation between them two and this one.
Ms. Gavin, could you please publish Government Exhibit 3B101 and could you start playing the video? Whose voice could you just hear, Officer Flores?
That was Henry Elias.
Another security officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Now going back to 146, please, Ms. Gavin, and thank you. Officer Flores, what do you see towards the back of the video?
I see Mr. Combs sitting down.
And how is that reflected?
Backwards, I guess. I don't know.
In other words, can you explain the layout of the sixth floor lobby?
Yeah. So he's obviously in the mirror. You can see that he's on the right side, but he's actually on the left.
In other words, the image that you see of Mr. Combs sitting in the chair, that's him being reflected in the mirror.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you continue to play Miss Gavin through the end? Thank you. You can take that down now, Miss Gavin. Officer Flores, did you record any other portion of the video surveillance of this incident?
No, ma'am.
Did you download the videos from the hotel's computer?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Like I said, I didn't have no password and I didn't know how to do that. Only the director know how to do that.
Besides these two videos that you recorded with your eyes, do you have any other copies of the video surveillance?
No, just the ones I recorded.
Now, you mentioned that you discussed the incident with your supervisor, Bill Medrano. Is that right?
Yes.
Who else as Securitas, if anyone, did you discuss the incident with?
The incoming security guards, again, I have to give them a pass down. I just explained to them what had happened, showed them the video, just so they know what happened pretty much.
And who specifically were those guards that you gave the pass down to?
The afternoon supervisor and the incoming guards.
Who were they?
It was Eddie, who was the afternoon supervisor, and then I can't remember the other two guys.
What is Eddie's last name?
Garcia.
What else, if anything, did you do to document the incident before you left that day?
Just the email and the pass down book that I had started earlier.
Did you work the following day?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
My days off were Sunday and Monday.
When was the next day that you returned to work?
Tuesday.
Did you try to view the video surveillance footage when you returned to work?
I did.
One of the guards that wasn't there, I'm not sure if he was on vacation or something. Hold on. One of the
He
guards
was
that was one of the guards that wasn't there. I'm not sure if he was on vacation. What? Oh, they mixed it up.
One of the guards that were there that wasn't there. I'm not sure if he was on vacation or something. He wasn't there. He comes up, obviously, he gets there. He says, "Hey, I've been trying to see the video you've been talking about. I can't see it." Oh, I know where it's at, right? So I go on the camera system and I try to like review it, but the camera is blue. So it was typical for those cameras to go off. So we didn't think anything of it. Like it's gone pretty much.
What did you do when the video wasn't available?
I told him that I had taken the video off my phone. I had taken the video of with my phone. I showed him with my phone.
Did you see the video surveillance footage again after March 2016?
Yes,
Under what circumstances?
on the news
And when was that you saw the video on the news?
last year. Last year, maybe May, something like that.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further. All right, cross examination.
By March 5th, 2016, you were employed with this company for approximately 8, 9 years. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And you've written incident reports before. Is that true?
yes,
And in the incident reports, you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury it's the who, why, where, when, and what in the incident report. Basically, every detail. Is that fair to say?
yes,
And the reason that you do every detail is because, or significant details, is because it's important later other people who did not witness what you witnessed may want to review your notes. That's fair to say?
yeah. The hotel staff. Yes,
It also helps you memorialize your memory what was significant during that time. True?
yeah,
So we don't have to rely on your memory. It's now 2025. So we're approximately 9 years after March 5th, 2016, right?
mm-hmm, yeah,
So that incident report that is marked and admitted into evidence that the jury saw, that is good rendition by you, best of your ability at the time. Fair to say?
I remember everything in detail. Yes,
And that is why you make it promptly. You made it during or right after your shift that day, right?
yes,
That's why you send it out to all these other people so you can get feedback if anything is missing, like you did in this case. True.
yes,
You get to review it, right? You read it over before you send out the email.
yes,
And this is something that is not unique. It's part of your training, your experience, and what you do in that position.
yes.
Now, I would like to ask you a couple of questions about that report. That incident report that you did, just you explain if you don't mind. You mentioned that when you get off the elevator, the first time you get off the elevator, approximately 11:14, 11:15 Pacific time that day, okay, you describe Mr. Combs as having a devilish, scary look in his face. Do you remember saying that to the jury?
Yes.
If you need to review it, where in your report, that incident report, do you ever describe Mr. Combs like that?
It's not, it's, that's my opinion. So it had nothing to do with the incident.
Okay. That has nothing to do with what happened that day. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but the incident.
That is just your opinion now?
Correct. No, it was my opinion then and now.
But you didn't put that in the report.
Again, it was my opinion.
Answer my question, if you don't mind. It's not in the report. True?
No.
And when you get off the elevator, you have something in your hand. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
My radio?
And tell us who the radio communicates with, if you don't mind.
The security officers?
Before you even went up to the sixth floor, the reason that you call your coworkers to come closer, come off the outside perimeter and come off that other interior of the building and come to the base, true?
Yes.
And you did that because you really don't know what you're getting into and you may need assistance. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And they may need assistance, whereby you say you even have to call outside assistance like Los Angeles Police Department of LAPD, true?
Correct.
So there in this base, you have walkie-talkie, excuse me, your radio, and you never call for assistance, right?
No.
Mr. Combs did not attack you,
No.
true?
Yeah.
He was cordial to you, that's my word, but you described it any way you want.
Yeah.
He was cooperative, right?
Yes.
And when you see it, and everyone saw it on the video, he's actually, when you first come, he's sitting in a chair, fair to say?
Yeah.
And when we saw him reverse, like you said, because it's through a mirror, so everything is transposed, true?
Yep.
And when he didn't make any aggressive movements towards you,
True.
you don't see him make any aggressive movements towards you or the lady, do you?
No.
Now you say that this young lady, Cassie, has a purple eye. Do you remember telling the jurors that?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where in your report, if you need to see it, it's no problem. You wrote that she has any type of discoloration of her eye.
Um, I don't recall on my report.
Do you need to see it?
Sure.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, it's already in evidence over objection 7R141. If you can just scan this, take as much time as you need. If you need it blown up, just because, just please tell the gentleman he will do it. Point to the jury and where you say that Cassie has a purple eye.
It doesn't.
I couldn't hear you. I apologize.
It doesn't.
It doesn't?
No. Not on this email.
Now, that would be significant, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because you have to know if someone gets injured on your property, that is important for not only you, but your coworkers to know. True?
Correct.
There could be civil lawsuits, right?
Yeah.
Law enforcement could get involved, right?
Yeah.
Now, in this particular case, just make it clear, just please make it clear. Were there any law enforcement involvement in this case from your knowledge?
No. We didn't call them.
Did anybody? And when you say we didn't call them, did anybody, to your knowledge, alert law enforcement to come out and investigate this case at that time?
No, sir.
You took the time to video to show your wife. Do you remember?
Hmm. Yeah.
You explained to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Mm-hmm.
yes,
Yes.
and you, in fact, kept that video, right?
Correct.
And people were talking about this even after your day off. Come back. Another officer said, hey, you do me a favor and take your time to show me that video. Remember looking at it and it self erased, you thought.
Yes.
You then showed your coworker your video on your cell phone, right?
Yes.
Okay, now, when you talk about Mr. Combs, I think you told the ladies of the gentlemen of the jury saying that Cassie wanted to leave the hotel and he said, "You're not leaving," or something to that effect. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with the court's permission, it's already in evidence over objection 7R141. If that can be shown to you, if you need to see it, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you put that in your report.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
Where in your report, or if it's in your report, I'll ask first. Did you ever say that Mr. Combs, excuse me, that Cassie said, "I'm leaving the hotel," and Mr. Combs said to the effect of, "You're not leaving"?
Um, I don't believe it's in the report.
In fact, the opposite is in your report, isn't it?
What part?
Mr. Combs is in the second paragraph. If you need to see it, fifth line. Mr. Combs, we walked over. It's in the center of the fifth line. We walked over to his room at 6:02, meaning Mr. Combs' room, right?
Yes.
And when he inside, it says Miss Cece was told to leave by Mr. Combs. So did she just that? Do you see that?
Yes.
So you can look at everything. Where in here did you ever write what you told the juries today? The significant fact that Mr. Combs told Cassie she could not leave that hotel.
At that point, I didn't believe it was a significant fact because again, they're just going back and forth. So I'm not going to put something like he told her off. I'm not going to say that. He said to leave eventually and she left.
So you wrote down what you just said that Mr. Combs told Cassie to leave,
Yeah.
and she left. But you didn't write down that Mr. Combs told her she could not leave.
Yeah, because it's not important. That's him just telling her don't leave and me telling him she is going to leave. And then he says you're going to leave. So of course, I don't put he told her that she needs to leave.
Officer, if it's not important, we're talking about 9 years later.
Correct.
You remember the unimportant details 9 years later, but it's not important enough.
I remember most of the incidents, sir.
Let me just finish the question.
All right.
It's not important enough to write in the report that you sworn to do at the time to put all of the important information, yet you remember to this day that what you're telling the jury
Objection. It's
is over.
overruled. I wasn't sworn to do it. It's observing report, sir. So whatever, as a security guard, whatever I put in the report, that's pretty much what it is.
With regards to the bribe, you remember telling the jurors that Mr. Combs held up a stack of money. You noticed a $100 bill. Are you fair? You say you don't know what the other bills were.
Correct.
They could have been dollar bills. I guess it's just what you're saying.
Correct.
But you took that as a bribe, right?
What do you mean I took that as a bribe? What was he offering?
Well, I was just using your word. Maybe I misheard you.
Yeah.
On direct examination with the prosecutor, you used the word it was a bribe.
100%.
Okay? So that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Now, before going, that was at the room. Do you remember telling the jurors
Outside the room? Yes.
that you were already leaving just to set the stage? You were walking back towards the elevator hallway or elevator lobby,
Correct.
and you wanted to see if you could catch up to Cassie.
Yes.
She already left.
Yes.
Mr. Combs was in his room.
Yes.
No incident, right?
Correct.
And when Mr. Combs then says to you, I'm not saying shout, but gets your attention, holds up his hand the way you describe, holding the money, whatever amount of money it is, you took that. You said it was a bribe. I want to ask you a couple of questions, okay?
Yeah. Go ahead.
When you first saw Mr. Combs and he's still sitting in that chair, when you first off the elevator, you made it known. I guess it's obvious, but you made it known that Mr. Combs is going to have to pay for the damage.
Yeah.
And later, you explained to Mr. Combs on the way down to the hallway, correct me if I'm wrong, that he is going to have to pay for the damage, right?
Yes.
And then when you get to his room, he has a stack of money and he holds it up to you, right?
Correct.
And you take the bribe,
Yeah. That's definitely.
okay? Now, with regards to Mr. Combs having money on him, when you first see him in the chair, is it fair to say, to your knowledge, he's really in a towel and socks? Is that what it looked like?
Yeah. That was what he was wearing.
He didn't have any access to any money, to have money on him at that time.
Correct.
He couldn't give you any money.
We don't take money.
I'm not saying you would take it. He didn't offer you any money. Let me put it that way. When he was in the chair, he didn't have access to any money, right?
Correct.
Okay, now I want to talk to you about the gentleman who you were say you saw in the bedroom or in the hotel room, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that there is a gentleman when you are walking down the hallway with Mr. Combs, Cassie behind you, she needs her items. You said a bag, right?
Yeah.
A cell phone.
Cell phone and a bag.
Fair.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Combs enters the room. There is no way to have this on video, and that's just the way it's set up. You see the hallway, but you don't see the entrance to the room, right?
Correct.
And you described it that Cassie is in the room with Mr. Combs and you wanted to observe them. That was just part of the job, right?
Fair. Correct.
And that is when you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that there is this other third party, right?
Yes.
Okay. I would like you to explain why in your innocent incident report that is not there is any more explanation than what you said on direct.
No, same thing. It was irrelevant. He didn't engage with nobody and he wasn't at the lobby as well.
But again, you just remember that 9 years later.
Yeah. Anybody would remember an extra person sitting in the corner of a bed not doing anything
Why?
because this is an altercation going on and then there is just someone just sitting there. That's probably something that I would remember.
Did you think it would be important at the time to ask the gentleman for his name?
No,
Why?
because he wasn't involved in their altercation or what they were arguing about.
How do you know?
Because he wasn't talking to nobody.
Did you ever follow up on video? Because there has to be video of that gentleman leaving the room, right?
Correct.
Did you ever bother to use your cell phone and record that person leaving the room?
No.
Did you ever talk to anybody that there was a third person in that room?
Nope.
But you remembered it today.
I remembered it. Yes.
I want to talk to you. I want to talk with you about the 7-foot gentleman. Do you remember describing that to the jury?
Yes.
That's pretty tall, right?
Yeah.
That's something to remember, right?
100%.
And this is somebody who's in the car, right?
Outside of a car. Yeah.
And when you say outside of a car, describe what that means.
He stepped out of the car, approached myself and Cassie, and then that's when he said that she wanted to leave.
Okay. Do you know who that person is?
No, sir.
Do you know if this person was a member of family of Cassie or she knew him from other places?
She ain't know him
How do you know?
because the interaction that they had when I was about to leave.
Just a demeanor with each other.
Yeah.
Okay, now, you see the car pull up, right?
Yes.
And when you see Cassie leave with that gentleman, true?
Yeah. They were
That
talking, and when they came back, they were gone. Yeah.
I would like you to look at again what's being entered into evidence by this honorable court at 7R 141. It is in the third paragraph. It starts with I took the elevator down. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you saw Miss Cece. Just for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Cece is the same person we're calling Cassie, right?
Yes.
All right. So you advised her that you did not want him, that Mr. Combs, to see her. So you walked over to the valet office until her ride got there, right?
Correct.
And you asked her that we would need some information from her to stand by. And then you walked over to the MOD Addie's office. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you ever write anything in your report at any time that there is this conversation about the 7-foot person saying she's leaving or anything like that?
No.
Do you write anything in there? You told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you told Cassie, hey, you could come with me and nobody will see. We'll go to another office and no one will see the law enforcement.
Nope.
That's not in here either, is it?
No, sir.
But you remember all that today.
100%.
Isn't it you important to tell your coworker and for your memory that you offered to call law enforcement and the guest refused?
I guess it goes either way because if she refused, I mean, there, that's where it ends. I don't have to tell anybody. Obviously, I'm the supervisor. I'm the assistant director right now. So if I'm the one that is doing it, then I don't need to tell my guys that that's what I did. If they did it, then they would have told me, "Hey, sir, this is what we did. We offered this." They say no.
But you're second in command by that time.
Correct.
You're not in command.
Nope.
Second of all, it's isn't it important to show that you, as a representative of the hotel, offered to have that patron who you say had a purple eye? You're encouraging the police to come. You're encouraging the person to call the police. You're encouraging the person to wait with you. Wouldn't that all important? Wouldn't that all be important to put in your incident report?
No, because I already had talked to Addie when I went to go get him. I told him exactly what had happened. So I was in conversation with all of them. I didn't need to write it in the email. Like I said, that email just states what happened. And I don't need what you're saying is I need to add extra pieces to the email that have nothing to do with what happened. So if I made a left turn, I'm not going to write I made a left turn, sir.
You compare somebody with a purple eye to refuse to police to somebody making a left turn.
No. What you're saying is that I needed to put that in there, even though I had already spoken to the hotel manager.
All right. Did you describe for that jury that when Mr. Combs thought that Abby was recording him, do you remember that
Yes, sir.
situation? Did you say that you put Mr. Combs against the wall?
Yes.
That's pretty that's a pretty aggressive move. Wouldn't you say that?
Yeah.
I mean, you could hurt somebody when you put them up against the wall.
It depends. Yeah, because I wasn't aggressive. I just I just placed him. I put my hand on him and told him to let go of the phone
Where did you put your hand on his chest?
on his chest,
Neck area?
chest.
And you showed him back to the wall.
Yeah,
You, and you did it with your forearm. This is what you just did.
correct.
And for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Yes, sir.
and you put your weight behind it. So you,
No, just my forearm.
is that the part of your body that you touched to Mr. Combs? You pushed him against the wall.
His chest level, his chest area.
In 7R141, in the third paragraph, the eighth line, actually the seventh line to the left of center. Do you see where you wrote, he, meaning Mr. Combs, saw MOD Addy holding his phone, and he, meaning Mr. Combs, automatically assumed he, meaning MOD Addy, excuse me, he, meaning Mr. Combs, was being recorded. So he, meaning Mr. Combs, grabbed MOD Addy's phone, and then I grabbed his hand and told him to back off. And as we took his hand away from MOD phone,
Correct.
but today, you remember it as putting your forearm into his chest.
Yeah, put my forearm in his chest, and his hands was there because he was pulling on Eddie's hand, trying to take it away. So if you're pulling right, your hand is here. I put my hand here, and I'm grabbing his hand. So yes,
But that's not what you wrote in your report.
but I put that I grabbed his hand. Yes.
But you didn't put that in your report. You didn't put him up against the wall.
Again, what you want me to do is add stuff that, like, it's already in the report saying that I grabbed his hand.
I don't really want you to do anything.
Okay,
I'm just asking. If it's in the report,
it's not, sir.
what you told the jury,
No, sir.
it's not there, right?
No.
Now, in the video, if you need to see it, we're going to show it again, okay?
Yes, sir.
There are pictures of a broken vase. When you first come off the elevator bank, I'm going backwards, by the way.
Yes, sir.
I'm not trying to confuse you.
It's fine.
It's 11:15 a.m. We're doing the whole thing again. You're first coming to the sixth floor.
Yes, sir.
You notice because you're observant.
Yes, sir.
You notice that there are flowers on the ground.
Yes, sir.
And you notice that there is a broken vase on the floor. True?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And that is when Mr. Combs again is sitting in the towel and his socks, right?
Yes, sir.
And Cassie is over there in the corner. True?
Yes, sir.
And the flowers are closer to Cassie. The flowers are closer to where Cassie is, true?
Yes, sir.
And the vase is closer to where Mr. Combs is, true?
Correct.
And in fact, we see on the video, and it's just a pose because it's in the mirror, but we see that Mr. Combs is grabbing the flowers, tosses the flowers, but the vase goes down by his feet and it breaks. Correct? Oh.
True. Correct.
True. Just want to be clear. If you're not telling the jurors that Mr. Combs threw the vase, are you?
No, sir.
I'm asking you to go back 9 years. If you can't remember, say you can't remember.
Roger.
Can you describe that room? Well, different types of rooms in the InterContinental hotels.
It was a corner room. That's what you're talking about. His room.
I'm going back, obviously, to the date at issue, March 5th, 2016. Do you remember the layout of that room? If yes, can you describe it to the jury? If you can't, just say, I don't remember.
No, I don't remember. It was just a corner room.
Does corner rooms have significance? By that I mean they are better views, bigger.
Some of them do, yeah, depending on the floor.
How about the sixth floor?
No, not really.
How many like rooms? Is it like typical hotel that I would say stay in? Just you just walk in and it's all right there as one room. Or are there bedrooms and living rooms, bathrooms? Do you remember?
Yeah. Some of them have like a living room. Some of them have just a room. You open the door and the bed is right there.
Were you aware that this room has a living room and it is not when you first walk in, it's a living room? Have you seen those rooms before?
Yeah.
And then you go in further and there's a door and it actually leads to a bedroom. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Were you aware that this room was like that?
No, sir.
Now, you mentioned when you see this supposed third party,
Mm-hmm.
the gentleman sitting in a room.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
You have him on a bed, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you didn't go in that room further than the living room, did you?
No, sir.
How did you see into the bedroom?
So if they have a living room, those couches have pull out. It becomes a pull out bed.
That's what you're saying? This was a pull-out bed?
Yeah.
Did you realize that this was a presidential suite in that hotel?
Presidential suite on the sixth floor on the corner? I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Now, being in a hotel, working with the hotel, you're in hospitality. I know you're in security business, but it is also the hospitality business. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you have potentially presidents, dignitaries.
They stay there. Yes.
I mean, heads of industry comes to the hotel, right?
Yes, sir.
And there are people who are well known who come to that hotel.
Yes, sir.
While you were working there, I'm talking about,
Yes, sir.
and you sometimes recognize people who come there just for their fame. True?
Yeah.
And that's what happened here. When you got off the elevator, You recognize Mr. Combs, true?
Correct.
And you know him from his fame. You wrote that.
Public figure. Yes, sir.
And he's a public figure, true?
Yes, sir.
And it was clear to you that he wanted to pay for the damage, right?
Objection, Your Honor. It causes speculation and mischaracterizes previous testimony.
All right, Mr. Steele, why don't you rephrase that question? Okay. It can be embarrassing, if you know, to a public figure to have that video released, true?
Objection.
Sustained. Your Honor, may I have a second?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect. Very briefly, Your Honor. Officer Flores, you were asked on cross examination about details in incident reports. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just remind the jury of what an incident report is?
It's just pretty much it's explaining what happened, what we saw, what we observed. Pretty much like said the the five W's.
And were you expected to include every single detail
No,
in an incident report?
no, ma'am.
And did you typically include every single detail?
No, ma'am.
Now, you were asked several questions about Mr. Combs' demeanor when you responded to the incident.
Yes,
Do you remember that?
yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Combs seem in control of his facilities?
Um, as in, I'm sorry.
Did Mr. Combs seem drunk?
Oh, no, no, ma'am.
Did he seem high?
No, ma'am.
Can you remind the jury what Mr. Combs said to you when he tried to hand you a stack of cash?
He pretty much saying that he doesn't want anybody to know, telling me to take care of it. I just don't want people to find out pretty much.
Now, you were also asked several questions on cross examination about Mr. Combs telling Ms. Ventura, excuse me, Cassie, that she couldn't leave. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you remember seeing the video that we played for you on direct examination?
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, Ms. Gavin, could you play the video at 10C103, starting at 31 seconds and going to 56 seconds? Keep playing to 56 seconds, please. Officer Flores, towards the end of that snippet, did you see Mr. Combs dragging Cassie?
Yes, ma'am.
What direction was he dragging her in?
To the room.
Nothing further. All right. Anything further, Mr. Steele?
I left something out. May I ask a question, Your Honor?
Yes.
Not on redirect. Thank you. Sir, on the videos from the surveillance, there are motion censored videos. Is that true?
Yeah.
And that means that they would not record unless there is some sort of movement. Is that how it's set up? Is that true?
For the most part, yes.
So sometimes we see gaps in time.
Yes.
And that's because either there's a glitch, there is something wrong with the system, right?
Yeah.
Or there is no movement or significant movement to make the system capture an image. Is that true?
Correct.
All right. So if there is several minutes of no motion, that will explain the time difference, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me do that, Your Honor.
Miss Slavic, did you have anything further in response to that? No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Officer Flores.
Sure.
The government may call its next witness.
The government calls Daniel Phillip.
Remain standing and please raise your right hand.
Sure.
Daniel Phillip, Call as a witness by government. Have been duly sworn, testified as follows. Thank you. You may be seated. All right. Miss Comey, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Daniel Phillips. DanielPhillip.
How old are you?
I'm 41.
How far did you go in school?
I did some college.
I would like to direct your attention to the period around approximately 2012 and 2013. During that time, what were you doing for work?
I was managing a male review show.
What is a what is a male review show?
Male strippers for women.
In what city?
New York.
From where else did you receive money in approximately 2012?
From Cassie Ventura. Cassandra Ventura.
Can we please pull up what's in evidence as government exhibits 2A401? Mr. Phillips, do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Yes,
Who is that?
that is Cassie Ventura. Or Cassie.
What did Cassie Ventura give you money for in around 2012?
To have sex with her.
Who else was present when you had sex with Miss Ventura in exchange for money?
Sean Combs.
Can we now please pull up what's in evidence as government exhibit 2A101? Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Yes,
Who is that?
Sean Combs.
We can take that down. Thank you, Miss Gavin. About when did you first meet Miss Ventura?
I'm estimating, but probably around 2012 or 13.
Through whom did you first meet Miss Ventura?
Um, Through my boss.
What did your boss tell you?
He contacted me one evening and told me that he couldn't find any other black dancers, which was the requested. So he asked me if I would mind going down to fulfill an order to have a dancer go down to the Gramercy Park Hotel for a bachelorette party.
How did you respond?
I told him I would do it.
To what location did your boss send you?
To the Gramercy Park Hotel
Where is that hotel located?
in Gramercy Park, downtown Manhattan.
What were you expecting to do at the Gramercy Park Hotel?
I was expecting to do a little strip tease, and that was just it. Just for a bachelorette party, a group of women, and then leave.
At what time of day did you arrive at the Gramercy Park Hotel?
Probably sometime after midnight,
So nighttime?
nighttime.
What happened when you arrived at the Gramercy Park Hotel?
When I arrived, Cassie opened the door and she asked me if I was okay if it was just going to be us, because I was expecting to see a group of women there, but there was only her standing to the door. And she asked me to come into the room. We were standing in like a foyer, and she basically said it was her birthday and that her husband wanted to do something special for her. And so she asked me if I would mind rubbing baby oil on her and giving her a massage. And wherever things went from there, and if it went, if based on how comfortable I was.
Let me ask you some follow-up questions.
Sure.
Did you know her name at that moment?
No.
Did you later learn her name?
Yes.
And what did you later learn her name was?
Cassandra Ventura.
And what did you call her during your later interactions?
C.
When she first opened the door and invited you just inside the door, what was Miss Ventura wearing?
Lingerie, like a red lace outfit with high heels, a red wig, and some sunglasses, dark sunglasses.
And after Miss Ventura told you about her husband being there and baby oil, what, if anything, did she give you when you were in that entryway of the hotel room?
She asked me if I
Objection.
rephrased the question.
After telling you what she wanted that evening, what did Miss Ventura say next?
She told me that, first off, that I didn't have to worry about anything because her husband wasn't gay. I remember her saying to me that he wasn't going to try to touch me or anything. And I told her that's good because I wasn't with that. And then she told me that she knew my boss told her that
Objection.
Your
Your
Honor,
Honor. Okay.
it's not offered for the truth, just to provide context for the statement coming next.
That's overruled.
Continue?
You may continue.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead. That's you.
Mm, okay. Um she she told me that she knew my boss had told her that she gave me $200 upon arrival. And at that point she gave me a few $1,000s and said that at the end she would tip me when I'm leaving before I'm leaving.
After she handed you cash, what part of the hotel room did you go into with Miss Ventura?
We went into the main living room.
What kind of hotel room was this?
Um I believe it was a suite.
What did the living room area look like when you walked into it that night?
It had like velvet couches straight ahead and it opened up into a big living room. And there was a table in front of the couch and there was candles that were lit all over the table. Yeah, and then the rest of the room was dark.
What else, if anything, did you see on the table?
There was bottles of baby oil and Astroglide, which is a lubricant.
Who else did you see in the living room when you walked into it?
There was a man sitting on the right of the room. If I was facing him to the back of the room.
What was the man wearing?
Um, a white robe with a bandana over his face and like a baseball cap on his head.
What part of this man's face was the bandana covering?
His nose down.
So were you able to see his face clearly?
No,
How, if at all, did Miss Ventura refer to the man in the room?
as babe.
Did you later learn who that man was?
I did.
What did you learn about that?
Well, if you're asking when I did, I realized who he was.
Sure.
As soon as he spoke to me,
Oh, so when he spoke to you, whose voice did you recognize?
that was Sean Combs.
Had you heard Sean Combs' voice before?
Yes,
In what context?
in every form I ever seen him in entertainment.
Did you later see his face uncovered at a later date?
I did, yes.
That first night, what did you and Mr. Combs say to each other?
Not much. I complimented the room, the hotel that we were in, and I asked him what he did for a living. And he told me that he was in importing and exporting. That was the first conversation we had. And then as I was getting ready to leave the hotel, he spoke to me again and told me that I guess he has some trouble with my boss. Objection.
Mr. Phillips, we'll talk about that conversation later.
Okay.
Let's focus now on when you first entered the room and when you first started interacting with Mr. Combs. After you had that brief conversation with him, what did you and Miss Ventura do?
We ended up having sex.
Before you and Miss Ventura had intercourse, what, if anything, did you rub on each other?
Baby oil.
For about how long did that last?
A couple minutes.
And then what happened?
And then I ended up having sex with her.
What was Mr. Combs doing while you and Miss Ventura rubbed baby oil on each other?
He was sitting in the corner, masturbating, watching us.
What was he, what was he doing while you and Miss Ventura was having sex?
He was sitting in the corner, masturbating.
About how long did the sex with Miss Ventura last that first time?
Not long at all.
And how did that sexual encounter end?
With me ejaculating.
What, if any, protection were you wearing?
I wasn't at the time.
After you finished having sex with Miss Ventura, but before you left that hotel room, what, if anything, did she or Mr. Combs give you?
Cassie gave me more money. I think it was a couple thousand more dollars.
Before you left the hotel room after that first encounter, what do you remember Mr. Combs saying to you?
He said that he had some issues with my boss at the time and said that objection.
Your Honor, it's an opening party statement. Grounds for the objection?
Hearsay, Judge.
I didn't get that. It's the statement of the defendant. First of all, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, Judge. Hearsay.
Okay, that's overruled. Can you repeat for us what Mr. Combs said?
He said that he was having some issues with my boss at the time. I guess my boss was being a bit aggressive. And he asked me if I would like to see them again, continue seeing them. So,
And let me ask you, how did you respond to that?
um, I said sure. And he told Cassie to take my phone number. And she took my phone number, and that was it.
After you gave them your phone number, where did you go?
I left the hotel. I was getting ready to go home.
And about how long after you left the hotel did you hear from them again?
A few minutes after,
What happened?
Cassie asked me if I would mind sending her a picture of my penis
How did she contact you?
via my cell phone.
How did you respond?
I gave her a picture of my penis.
What what was the next communication you had with her?
She asked me if I could come back upstairs to see her again.
How did you respond?
I went back upstairs to see her again.
So where did you go back to?
The same hotel room that we were in.
And who was in the hotel room when you went back?
The same two people, Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs.
About how long were you in that hotel room this second time?
A few hours.
What do you remember happening over those few hours?
The same thing. It was literally the exact same scene, basically. I've we rubbed baby oil on each other. We had sex again for longer this time, and then I was done. I did not recollect whether or not they gave me anything after that, money wise.
What was Mr. Combs doing while you were having this sexual encounter with Miss Ventura?
He was masturbating in the corner.
And what, if anything, do you remember him saying during this second sexual encounter?
At one point, while we were,
Yes.
I don't know if I remember him saying anything.
At the end of that sexual encounter with Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs, at that point when you left, did you know who Miss Ventura was?
Yes. You're saying when I left the hotel the second time?
Yes.
No.
When did you learn who she was?
My boss looked her up and told me who she was.
Approximately how many more times did you have sex with Miss Ventura in front of Mr. Combs for money?
Well, I had sex with Cassie a few times after that.
Did you ever meet Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs in person for any reason other than to have sex with Miss Ventura in front of Mr. Combs?
Objection. Form of the question.
You can rephrase their question. Every time you met with Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs, what was the purpose of the meeting?
To have sex with Cassie
In front of who?
in front of Mr. Combs.
Approximately when was the last time you met in person with Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs?
I'm estimating, but probably the end of 2013, early 2014.
In what city did all of these meetings take place?
New York,
In what borough?
Manhattan.
At what locations do you remember having these encounters with Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
At what locations do you remember meeting
Oh,
with Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs?
the Gramercy Hotel, the June Raya Excess House, InterContinental, his personal residence on 56th Street, her personal residence on West End Ave, and there may be more. I'm not remembering.
You said his personal residence? Who are you referring to?
Mr. Combs, Sean Combs,
And you said her personal residence? Who are you referring to?
Cassie's residence.
And where was that?
Cassie lived on West End Avenue. I think number 10 West End Avenue. And then Sean Combs, I believe he lived on 210 West 56th Street at the time.
When you met them at hotels, in what kind of rooms did you generally meet them?
In suites. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Okay.
What, if any, name did Miss Ventura tell you to give hotel management if you were asked who you were there to see?
Black.
For each of these locations, how did you learn that they wanted to meet you there?
Cassie either called me or texted me.
How much notice did you generally receive between when Cassie would contact you and when you were supposed to arrive for a meeting?
It could be anywhere between an hour to a couple of days. Did you yourself?
Did you yourself reach out affirmatively to Cassie via text?
Yes.
Why was that?
At some point after some things had happened, I've always wanted to know that she was good. I used to try to get her to text me and tell me that, she was good. And then when she wouldn't reply, eventually I started sending her, more vulgar text messages to see if I could get her, more interested to see me again so that I could actually see her in person and know that she was good.
And when you say you sent her vulgar text messages, what do you mean?
I mean, I can recall sending her at least one message telling her that I wanted to. You want me to say it?
If you wouldn't mind giving an example.
I wanted to fuck you right now.
And are those the kind of vulgar text messages you would send her?
Not often, but once or twice, yeah.
To the best of your recollection, did Cassie ever respond to those vulgar text messages?
I don't think so.
During your sexual encounters with Cassie and Mr. Combs, generally, how were the rooms decorated?
Sometimes sheets or like towels on the couch. The curtains were always shut fully. There was always a table in front of the couch, and there was always candles on the table. And also bottles of baby oil or Astroglide. And then there was a few occasions where they would ask me to actually go to the pharmacy and pick those up. I guess because they didn't have them at their location.
Across all of these encounters, how often did you use baby oil?
Every time.
Other than the first time at the Gramercy Park Hotel, who directed you to use the baby oil?
Well, are you asking? Okay, I think I understand. So the first time Cassie did, and then I guess we kind of knew what to do after that. But Sean Combs would often tell us, y'all need to rub more baby oil on each other. You're not like, you don't have enough on.
So, what type of things do you remember Mr. Combs saying to you and to Miss Ventura about baby oil during these encounters?
He would tell us to put more on.
Across all of these encounters, after the first one, who, if anyone, gave direction about how to engage in sexual activity?
Sean Combs did.
What are some of the directions you remember Mr. Combs giving to you and Miss Ventura?
He would tell us, like, slow down, like, y'all stop now, separate from each other. It's getting too much now. It's getting too hot. Y'all, one time he had us to try to role play like we just met at the airport. Yeah. And we were not very good at it at all. So I think we skipped past that one really quickly. Yeah, but mainly it was more like, don't come yet. Don't come. If you feel like you're going to come, don't come yet. Things like that.
About how often during these encounters will Mr. Combs tell you to wait to ejaculate?
I mean, it was often, but I think he started really directing us from like the second time on. So the first encounter, he really didn't say too much to us. But after that, he would tell us what to do.
So, again, focusing just on the second time forward,
Okay.
what directions about when you should ejaculate do you remember Mr. Combs giving you?
I mean, yeah, he would often tell me not to come. Don't come yet. And if you feel like you're going to come, stop. But it was more so where he wanted me to ejaculate.
And what do you remember about him? What do you remember him saying about that?
He occasionally wanted me to come on her stomach or, inside of her. And, yeah.
What, if any, directions did Mr. Combs give to you and Miss Ventura about what sex acts to engage in?
He really would just tell us to, like, rub each other and, like, touch each other. And then he would tell her to, blow me, give me oral sex.
Throughout these encounters, what did you observe Mr. Combs doing?
He was sitting there in the corner masturbating. And then occasionally he would tell me to step off or back up because he was going to get some. And then he would start having sex with her. And I would be sitting off in the corner watching. Just,
Other than oral sex and intercourse, what other acts, if any, do you remember Mr. Combs asking you to perform on Miss Ventura?
I don't I don't recall anything else.
How many times, if any, were you asked to urinate on Miss Ventura?
Objection.
The questions need to be rephrased. What, if any, bodily fluids other than ejaculate do you remember there being in these rooms?
Objection.
Just on leading grounds.
Yes, Judge.
That's overruled.
So Cassie was actually the one that asked me to do it, to urinate on her. They had just came out of the room and she asked me if I had ever done that before. And I said no. And she told me to do it. And apparently I was doing it wrong because they both stopped me and told me I was supposed to let a little out at a time and not go full, like, take a leak on her. But yeah, that was just one time that they asked me to do it. Objection to the characteristic of they asking him to do that. I believe the testimony was that he
No, I've got it. All right. The jury should disregard the last sentence of the witness's last answer. Miss Comey, you can proceed. What was Mr. Combs doing when you urinated on Miss Ventura?
he was masturbating.
What, if any, conversations do you recall having with Mr. Combs about using protection?
I brought up the fact that I would like to start unless she could provide me with her sexual STD history and make sure that she was good. She agreed. I agreed to the same. And I ended up bringing her mine, but I never received hers.
Mm. How often did you use condoms with Miss Ventura?
By the time we had that conversation, not many.
What did Miss Ventura and Miss Combs usually do after you ejaculated on her?
They would get up and go inside of wherever the bedroom was inside the hotel.
And generally, what happened next?
I would be sitting in the room for hours, just sitting there.
And then, what do you remember happening?
Sometimes they would come out and tell me, okay, you can go. And other times they would come out and ask me if I'm ready to go again.
About how long did each of these encounters with Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura usually last?
Could be from anywhere from an hour to 10 hours.
And generally, what happened over those hours?
We would have sex and then I would be sitting there for hours on the couch, just sitting there
How many times, if any, did you pretend to ejaculate but actually didn't?
once.
Can you tell us about that?
I I think this was on our second go round, and he told me to make sure that I came inside of her this time. And I went to go do it, but I just couldn't do it. I just I was in my head or whatever the problem was, but I couldn't ejaculate, and so I pretended to do it. And they got up, they went inside the room, and then Sean Combs came out the room and he asked me, he said, "Yo, are you sure you came?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm positive." And he was like, "You sure?" And I said, "Yeah." And so they went back to the room. And yeah, that was that. But yeah, they definitely knew. Objection. I pretended.
The jury should disregard the last sentence in the witness answer. Miss Comey, you mentioned that at some point you saw Mr. Combs' face. How did that happen?
I was supposed to meet Cassie and Sean Combs down at the Dream Downtown Hotel, I believe. And Cassie called me while I was on the way down there. She told me that they were switching hotels and that they were heading uptown to Jumariah X's hotel. And she told me that the hotel, I don't need to stop at the front desk and that I can just go straight upstairs. And so she told me to give them maybe 30 minutes or something like that before I came upstairs. And so I did that. I went in about 30 minutes and I knocked on the door. And this was the first time that Sean Combs opened the door as himself. Dressed in a suit and a pea coat and no mask, no hat, no anything on. It was just him. So what?
So, what was covering his face when he opened the door?
Nothing.
How did your interaction with Mr. Combs change after you saw his face?
He didn't feel obviously objection, I guess.
Without commenting on how Mr. Combs felt
Yeah.
or what he thought, based on your own observations, how did your interactions change?
He never wore a mask or a hat again.
Who, if anyone, recorded your sexual encounters with Miss Mentor?
Objection leading, if any.
Your Honor, it's who, if any.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that part. My apologies. Withdrawn.
All right. Who, if anyone, recorded your encounters with Miss Ventura?
Sean Combs.
About how many times do you remember Miss Combs recording you and Miss Ventura during these sexual encounters?
Again, I would be estimating, but once or twice.
And what do you remember Miss Combs using to record those encounters?
I do believe a cell phone and a camcorder device.
What, if any, form of identification do you remember Mr. Combs asking you for?
He asked me for my ID, my driver's license.
What do you remember about that?
He took my driver's license and took a picture of it and then said to me, it's just for, insurance, just in case.
What did you understand him to be telling you?
That if I spoke about this to anybody, that he probably. Objection! I don't know. Objection, objection. I felt.
Hold on.
Objection.
Grounds.
He's about to speculate as to what Mr. Combs intended by asking for a.
All right. Your Honor, he's explaining the context. Hold on, Miss Comey. Why don't you ask a new question that's perhaps more focused? Based on Mr. Combs' demeanor, his tone of voice, and behavior during that conversation, what did you understand he was communicating to you?
Objection.
That's overruled.
I understand it to be that he was threatening me.
How many times, if any, did you notice that Miss Ventura appeared to be under the influence of drugs?
Just once.
What do you remember about that?
I came to the hotel room and Sean Combs opened the door when I went inside the hotel room, he closed the door behind me and then said to me, I don't think this is going to happen today. And I looked at the couch and Cassie looked like to me, she looked like she was completely passed out on the couch, slumped over and half on the couch, like half off the couch.
What was she wearing?
I think she was wearing lingerie.
What, if any, drugs did you use during your sexual encounter with Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs?
He offered me a Cialis once or twice, but then Molly once,
And who offered you the Molly?
Mr. Combs.
And when you say Molly, what are you referring to?
I don't do drugs. So MD, MHA, I don't know what the term is, but I guess ecstasy.
I don't want you to guess, Mr. Phillips. Thank you.
Okay.
What do you remember about the time that you were offered Molly by Mr. Combs?
I remember I really can't tell you who gave me the money, but I had gotten a couple $1,000, I guess, after we had sex. I took the Molly and then I became totally different person. I went out into Times Square and I handed out $100 bills to every single person that I saw in front of me.
When you say you became a totally different person, how did that Molly make you feel?
It made me feel like a jackass. Wanted to go into the middle of Times Square and hand out $100 bills to every person that he saw.
Can you describe the sensation of taking the Molly for us, please?
I felt sick, like physically sick, like nauseous, but also felt euphoric at the same time.
That time you took the Molly from Mr. Combs, other than Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura, who else, if anyone, do you remember being at this encounter?
There was one other time that I can remember. It may have been twice that they invited another guy to come and.
Sorry. Let's back up. Can we focus just on the time that he gave you the Molly?
Oh, sure.
On just the time that he gave you the Molly.
Okay.
Who else was present, if anyone?
There was another guy who told me he was an actual escort. Objection.
It's not offer for the truth, Your Honor. It's overruled. And what did you see that other guy doing?
He was having sex with Cassie
Now, where did this encounter happen?
at Cassie's house.
So, can you walk us through who all was at Cassie's apartment on this particular occasion?
It was this other guy, myself, Cassie, and Sean Combs.
And what did you see this other guy doing?
having sex with Cassie.
And what did you see Mr. Combs doing while this other guy was having sex with Cassie?
She was actually giving him a blowjob most of the time.
And what do you remember happening during this particular sex act?
The guy kept on looking at Sean in the face. Sean Combs in the face. And Mr. Combs turned to him and basically told him, "Look, motherfucker, you better stop looking at me in my face." And the guy got like real scared. And he's like, "I'm not looking at you." And he's like, "You better not fucking look at me." And Cassie jumped off the couch and like ran to the opposite side of the room. And the guy was just like profusely, "I'm not looking at you. I swear, I'm not looking at you." Objection, Judge.
All right, let's get a fresh question. After Cassie ran away, what do you remember happening next?
The guy told Cassie, "I'm not looking at you, Mr. Combs." Okay, all right. Let's say we're here to have fun, not do anything else. And then he told Cassie to come back to the couch. And Cassie asked if there was absolutely positive that they're good now, just because she seemed like she was scared to go back to the couch.
What did this other man look like?
Black guy, kind of skinny.
And what, if any, contact did you have with him outside of that night?
We at some point, and I do not recollect how this happened, but we at some point exchanged phone numbers.
And about how many times did you see each other in person outside of that night?
We never saw each other out in person. Out? You mean like met up with each other?
Yes.
No, we had never done that.
Did you speak over the phone occasionally?
Objection.
Overruled.
We may have shared a couple of text messages.
Do you remember his name?
No,
Have you spoken to him in the last 10 years?
no.
After Mr. Combs gave you the Molly, what else did he give you that night?
If it was him, cash, a couple $1,000.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you remember whether do you remember who gave you cash that night?
I don't.
Okay. But do you remember getting cash that night?
I do.
And then what did you do after getting the cash and taking the Molly?
Like I said, I went into the middle of Times Square and I handed out every single dollar they gave me.
Were there ever times when you arrived for one of these encounters with Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs and it appeared that you were not the first person who had been there?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
Just times that I would come to the hotel room and there would be like towels on the floor that looked used and bottles of baby oil that weren't almost finished, Astroglide that was halfway used. And it just looked like, like somebody had been there already.
After that time that you took the Molly and gave the cash away in Times Square, did you see Miss Ventura or Mr. Combs in person again?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And why not?
Because I, after a certain point, was no longer able to get hard and I was interacting with them when I was interacting with them.
What were you paid for your sexual encounters with Miss Ventura in front of Mr. Combs?
What was I paid
Yes,
in totally?
each
In
time.
totality? Oh, it could be anywhere from $700 to 6,000.
And who do you remember handing you the cash?
It was always Cassie. And I say that saying that I do not remember who handed me the money the last time.
What, if any, comments do you remember Mr. Combs making to you about the money?
I remember he came out of the room once and he asked me and the gentleman if we had gotten our bread.
Now, stepping back, when you first arrived at the Gramercy Park Hotel for the first encounter, did you expect to be paid for sex?
No,
Have you ever been paid for sex before that night?
no,
Have you ever been paid for sex since you last saw Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs?
no.
When you were able to sexually perform with Miss Ventura in front of Mr. Combs, what were you paid?
Again, it could be arranged. So you're saying when I couldn't?
When you could. When you could.
Okay, it could range anywhere from 700 to thousands of dollars.
And when you could not sexually perform with Miss Ventura in front of Mr. Combs, what were you paid?
Nothing. Sometimes nothing.
If there were times when you were not paid, why did you go back to more meetings with Mr. Ventura and Mr. Combs?
Well, I, for one, was not someone that was getting paid for sex. In my head, I was just excited that I was in the world and, happy to be involved with people with such notoriety. I didn't care if I got paid one way or the other. I never asked them for a single dollar. They gave that to me every time that I went to see them. So for me, it was just, this was just something they do. They have that kind of money. They want to share it with me. It was fine. I'm fine with that.
What sexual performances issue did you experience when meeting with Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs?
I could not get hard. You want the medical term for that? Erectile dysfunction.
When was the first time you experienced that sexual performance issue?
After the first time that I saw him hit her
Where were you when you first saw him hit her?
at Cassie's house.
And when you say you saw him hit her, who did you see hit whom?
Sean Combs hit Cassie.
Right before the violence started, where were you in Cassie's apartment?
I was sitting on her couch, which was directly behind her.
And where was Cassie?
She was sitting at her computer, which was facing a wall directly in front of me.
Where was Mr. Combs?
He was in her bed, Cassie's bedroom.
And what had happened just before this violence?
I had sex with Cassie.
What do you remember happening?
From the first time that I had sex with her,
Yes.
okay, well, I had sex with her. We finished doing what we were doing, and then they both went into their bedroom. She eventually came out and she got on her computer, and Mr. Combs was in her bedroom. Cassie was on her computer, and I heard him yell out, "Babe, come here."
Let me pause you right there.
Sure.
You said you heard him yell out. Who did you hear yell out?
I heard Mr. Combs yell out to Cassie, "Babe, come here."
How did Cassie respond when Mr. Combs said, "Babe, come here"?
Cassie was on her computer and she said, "Hold on one second. I have my personal information out on my computer right now."
What happened right after Cassie said, "Hold on one second"?
He, Mr. Combs, came out of the room and I just saw a bottle fly past her and hit the wall.
What kind of bottle?
It looked like a liquor bottle. And then he, Mr. Combs, walked over to Cassie. He grabbed her by her hair and started dragging her by her hair into her bedroom. And
Let me ask you, as Mr. Combs was dragging Cassie by her hair to her bedroom, what did you hear Mr. Combs saying?
he wasn't saying anything while he was dragging her. She was just yelling.
What was she saying?
She was screaming. And he, Mr. Combs, pulled her into the bedroom and I couldn't hear him. What I could hear was sounds like him slapping her.
What else could you hear from the bedroom?
She was screaming.
What did you hear her saying?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And then Mr. Combs, was basically saying, bitch, when I tell you to come here, you come here. You come now, not later.
How did Miss Ventura compare in physical size to Mr. Combs?
She's tiny compared to him.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said she's tiny compared to him.
How did you react to this violence?
I was shocked. I came out of nowhere, or it came out of nowhere. I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do.
Did you intervene?
No,
What? Why not?
because I knew that the chances that there were 4 or 5 bodyguards in another room. Objection.
Sustained. Without speculating about what might have been going on outside of what you could see and what you could hear, can you explain to the jury why you didn't intervene when you heard Cassie crying and what sounded like smacks?
I didn't know what to do. I was shocked. In my mind, it was going through my head that if I tried to do something, I might lose my life. Objection.
Your Honor, I'm happy to explain why I think that's perfectly admissible. It's
It's
overruled.
overruled
Mhm. And why didn't you call the police and report what you saw?
because
Again, without speculating.
I'm not I'm not speculating. I'm just telling you what was in my mind and my was I feeling at the time. My thoughts were that this was someone with an ultimate unlimited power. Objection.
That's overruled.
My thoughts was that this was someone that this was someone with unlimited power, and chances are that even if I did go to the police, that I might still end up losing my life. Objection. Move to strike.
Your Honor, it's the same basis of admissibility as the prior explanation of his state of mind.
Denied. Motion is denied.
What happened after the beating stopped?
They, Sean Combs and Cassie, came out of the room. Cassie was visibly like very upset. Did not look like she wanted to continue to do anything. But Mr. Combs asked, are y'all ready to continue now? And I couldn't do anything after that.
What did you try to do?
I don't know. I I may have tried to act like everything was okay. I mean, I don't know. I really don't recall.
How do you remember that interaction ending?
I remember leaving. I do not remember them handing me money, and I probably wouldn't have taken it that anyway. Objection.
Why did you return to meet?
Hold on, hold on. The jury should disregard that last sentence of the witness answer.
Why did you
Miss,
return? Uh,
go ahead. Mr.
why?
Comey.
Mhm.
Oh God.
Why did you return to meet with Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs again after you witnessed that violence?
I I've had a conversation in between our interactions with Cassie, and I felt like I started developing at least some kind of friendship with her. I may have been speculating, but I it was my way of being able to check on her and know that she was okay. But she had asked me to objection.
Well, let's stop right there. And Miss Comey, you can ask your next question. Let me ask you this. How many other times did you hear Mr. Combs yell at Miss Ventura?
Once after that
Where was this?
at the Jumaria Essex Hotel.
Would you please describe the layout of the hotel room you were in?
There's a door, the front door. When you walk into the front door, there's a bedroom right in front of that door. If you turn left, there's a hall, a foyer, that goes down into the living room common area. Bathroom where the foyer is on the left hand side.
What do you remember happening right before you heard Mr. Combs yell?
I think we had sex during this encounter. Objection. That, well, never mind. Withdrawn.
And then after you had sex, what do you remember?
Sean Combs and Cassie were in the bedroom for a while, and
And where were you when they were in the bedroom?
I was in the living room.
And what did you hear coming from the bedroom?
Out of nowhere, I could hear Cassie yelling, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." And then I can hear again what sounded like she was being slapped or someone was being slapped around and slammed around in the room. And I looked around the corner to see where the foyer was, and I saw Mr. Combs walk out of the hotel altogether without clothes. He might have had a towel on, and then Cassie came running into the living room, and she literally jumped in my lap and was shaking, like literally, like her whole entire body was shaking, like she was terrified.
Do you remember what she was wearing?
I don't know.
Do you remember what she said to you when she jumped into your lap?
I remember what I said to her.
Well, first let me ask. Do you remember what she said to you or no
At what point?
when she jumped into your lap?
I don't know if she said anything to me when she jumped into my lap. I don't remember.
What did you say to her?
I asked her why is she doing this? Why is she staying with this guy if he's objection?
Your Honor, it's not offer for the truth, it's a question.
What's the grounds of the objection? Hearsay. Overruled.
Can you tell us again what you said to Cassie?
I asked her why she was staying with this guy if he's hitting her and beating her like this. And I tried to explain to her that she was in real danger and if she stayed with him, and she basically tried to convince me that it was okay. It's okay. I'm fine. I'll be okay. And I kept trying to tell her that you're not okay and you need to get help. And
What do you remember happening next?
she and I were alone. This was the first time we were alone, and Cassie was somebody that likes to kiss. Or Cassie was not somebody that likes to kiss. Objection! Overruled. During our interactions, Cassie was not a kisser. But in this instance, she just started making out with me, and we ended up getting into it. But the fact that I was alone with her this time, I had no problem getting hard. And right when we were actually about to start having sex, I realized that Mr. Combe had re entered the room and he was sort of sneaking around the corner watching us. And once he realized that we could see him, he came into the room and basically was saying that, yeah, that's what that he liked that. He liked that we were getting along in that way.
And what do you remember happening next?
I think I told you again, I was concerned for my life. I think the second time he came back into the room, I was done again. I couldn't. I couldn't continue.
Why didn't you go to the police after this incident?
I told you again, I was concerned for my life. By this point, he had taken my ID and taken a picture of it, and I felt threatened by what he said to me. And I felt that at that very least, I could try to get her to realize that she needed to leave and maybe try to help her that way. But I felt like maybe the police has Sean Combs might have someone within the police department. Objection, objection, objection.
That's sustained. Just as to the last sentence, Your Honor.
Move to strike all.
Well, the objection wasn't articulated, but I'm sustaining the objection and instructing the jury not to consider the last portion of the witness's answer. Why didn't you go into the bedroom to intervene when you heard Cassie crying and saying, I'm sorry, and what sounded like a beating?
Well, I had no idea if I would been would I, if I would have been met with a gun or objection.
Without speculating about what might have happened, Can you just generally explain why you didn't go into that bedroom?
It's because my life was at risk and I did so. Objection!
That's overruled. One moment, Your Honor. No further questions. All
All
right.
right. Can we take a 2-minute break, Judge, please?
Yes, I was just going to suggest that. Can you give us, before we take our break, can you give us just a general, how much time do you anticipate your cross-examination taking? And I'm not holding you to anything. I'm just trying to get a sense of the clock.
We would go into the end of the day
Okay. All right.
at a minimum.
Good. Okay. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess just so everyone can stretch their legs, and we will be back at 4:20. All rise for the jury. Woo!
We ain't finished with this document yet.
I know. And I just keep looking at the pages every time we get to one.
You want to finish it, or I don't
It,
know,
it's up to you. I don't. It doesn't matter to me.
Miss Sylvia? I think she's asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Let me text her. One moment, chat. Let's take an intermission.
I see her moving the thing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take me a little water break.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not asleep. I'm just not feeling well, y'all. I'm just
Okay, well, we have 40 more pages, so we're just gonna take an intermission and
okay.
recollect.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the music on. Hold on a second.
Okay.
U.S. versus Sean Combs trial has begun. The evidence seems to be a ton. 8-10 weeks, and maybe more to come. Diddy defense says it's mutual tough love. The feds say it's way beyond just two cuddle doves. Diddy says he is love, love, love. Diddy defense team got it on the move. Agnafilo, Jarago, Shapiro, Steele, Donaldson, Westmoreland, Estevao, and Driscoll. The feds got him on 5 charges. They say he on that RICO. Media says he's guilty out the gate. 8 male jurors and 4 women hold his fate. No cameras allowed in the court. Content creators screaming more, more. The family arriving in all black. Victims' families sitting in the back. Media saying the feds got it in the sack. Official transcripts will show the full story. Full statements, but the details may be gory. Victims' names not being used to keep from getting approached by the accused. Did the feds charge Diddy for his crimes, or just some freak off good times? Baby oil galore, but the feds say there is much more. This trial is sure not to be a bore. Everyone has seen the famous video, but there is more we don't know. to the 12 on the jury committee. Infamous Sylvia is boots on the ground, out there on the media crowd, hearing all the murmurs and rumors flying all around. Independent press is better than the rest, can they pass the test? Infamous Sylvia has it all, live on site to read in the transcripts at night. Subscribe and like, there's no one like her in sight. Did Diddy do what they say? Will NYC jail be where he will stay? Will the defense be able to provide reasonable doubt? We got the transcripts to act out. Infamous Sylvia will be there throughout. Will the bad boy for life be serving life? Or will he get the win and be in the next jet to Berlin? Is he innocent or guilty? We want to hear your theory.
Okay, we ready?
Hold on. Yep. We're ready.
Tierra, you ready? She not about to be ready yet.
I'm ready. Mm.
All right, let's go. What page are we on?
286.
Please be seated. Mr. Phillip, you understand that you are under oath and we are going to take a 10-minute break. But you're not to have any discussions whatsoever of any kind with anyone on the government side or anyone who's in the back. No one. You can stare at some of the artwork in the hall.
Your Honor, may I just clarify? May the agents escort him to the room where he's going to be without any conversations?
That's fine. You had an inquiry? I was going to ask for a restroom break. Yeah, and there's a restroom you can be directed to, but no other than that. Please do not speak with anyone. All right? We'll be back at 4:20.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're back.
Your Honor, I apologize for the delay. The witnesses had to go to a different floor to go to the restroom, and so we're waiting. We're waiting for him to come back.
That's okay.
I did not go to avoid having the appearance of me having any communications with him.
It's okay. I assume that it'll be just a couple of more minutes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Sounds like he's back. I'll assume it'll be.
I assume it would be. All right. Oh, go ahead. So we'll ask him to come back to the stand.
Mr. Courtroom Deputy, let's get our jury back.
Yes,
Yes.
Your Honor.
All right. Please be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. I hate to do this to you since you've just come back, but can I have the lawyers and the court reporters for a sidebar? All right. When I thought that was the witness had asked for water, he actually asked if he could have a word with his attorney. Oh, to which I said no. I felt it was prudent to let everyone know that he had made that request and that I said no to see if there was any reaction from the parties or anything to do at this time.
Your Honor, generally, when a witness for the defense or government asks to speak with their attorney, I think it's prudent to give them an opportunity to. Though I don't want to waste time. The attorney is in the courtroom. Can I go confer with her briefly?
You may.
Thank you. I don't know if the defense has a position.
I don't. I don't. But I agree. Generally, in my experience, when a witness does ask to speak to their attorney, we oblige them to let them do that, just in case something is about to come up that we don't know about. We don't object to that at all. That's why I called the sidebar. Let's consult with the attorney and do it right now.
I'm happy to do it right now.
We'll wait.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. So the witness's attorney said that she had the opportunity to confer with the witness briefly during break and that nothing came up that concerned her. So she was so she was so she was would not request an opportunity to speak with the witnesses right now. So given the attorney's view, I'm happy to proceed. If the witnesses expresses concerns again, then perhaps we can take a break.
All right. Is there any different view from the defense? No. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Hold on, can we wait 1 second? Okay.
Mr. Phillip, you will understand that you're still under oath.
Yes.
Mr. Donaldson, you may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you to speak up into the microphone so the last person in the jury can hear you, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you a few questions. If you don't understand the question, just let me know and I'll rephrase the question.
No problem.
Very good. All right. Putting up government exhibit B324 just for the parties. Mr. Phillip, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as government exhibit B324. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that a text message chain between you and Cassie?
Yes.
And does it relate to the time period that you've been testifying about?
Yes.
That would be fair to say it's pretty accurate about the text message you had between yourself and Cassie Ventura.
Yes.
I could move this into evidence as government exhibit B324, or we can make it a defense exhibit.
No objection to making it a government exhibit, Your Honor. We were planning to offer this at a later time.
All right, the exhibit will be admitted. Thank you. You can take that down for me. Thank you. Mr. Phillip, I want to ask you a few questions. I want to start off with you mentioned that you were working for a service back in 2000, 2011, 2012, 2013. Do you recall that?
I was working for a male review show. I don't know if I was there 2011.
When did you get there?
I would be estimating, but somewhere between 2011 and 2012.
Right. Let's estimate 2011. So you were working for this exotic mail service between, well, around 2011. When did you stop?
I would be estimating, but probably somewhere between 2014 to 2015.
And this mail service that you were working for, you were a manager or a supervisor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this mail service was a business for male strippers, for women. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this mail service allowed or could hire strippers to go out to location or to a show to perform for primarily women. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this mail service specifically did not involve prostitution. Correct?
That is correct.
In fact, this mail service specifically prohibited prostitution. Correct?
That is correct.
And as a supervisor, you were aware of that. Correct?
That is correct.
And also, the supervisor, I believe you helped make the company run smoothly. Correct?
That is correct.
And you helped develop this company. Is that correct? You helped.
That is correct.
Okay, sorry. Let me repeat that. You did help develop the company, correct?
That is correct.
Around 2011, 2012, the company was really just getting started, correct?
That is not correct.
But it was your job as a supervisor to help develop it and get more popular.
Yes and no.
Well, yes. Now,
Objection, Your Honor.
yes. We don't need The jury should disregard counsel's last statement, and there should be no statements. There should just be questions. Was your job to help secure and build up the mail review for the show?
Yes.
And in doing so, your job was to help the company develop its business model, correct?
Yes.
And advertising helped the company grow as well, correct?
Yes.
You are aware, or are you aware, this service you worked for back in 2011, 2012, and 2013 used fake businesses to help the business grow, correct?
I am not aware of that.
Can I have 1 second, please, Your Honor? Are you aware that the company helped open fake businesses to optimize searches?
I am not aware of that. You're asking that question not in the right way. If you would like me to specify, I will.
Did the company that you work for open fake businesses to optimize searches?
I don't know if they were actual fake businesses, but they use fake addresses to optimize the searches.
And when you say the company used fake addresses, do you optimize searches? You were aware of that, correct?
Yes.
And you participated in that.
No.
When you became aware that the business that you were helping to develop was optimizing or using fake addresses to make the business grow, you resigned, correct?
No.
You continued working for the business.
Yes.
So you worked for a business that you knew was using fake addresses to help it grow.
Yes.
And you did that knowing that was, I don't know, fraudulent.
I did not know that was fraudulent. I just knew that my boss told me how he works with the search engine optimization and that he uses fake addresses to build with that. I had no idea what that meant. That wasn't my part of the business.
And while you were a supervisor, you are aware that this service provided the ultimate ladies' night experience. Is that correct?
That was their slogan.
Right. That was their business. That was your business, your service that you worked for. Their slogan was to provide an ultimate ladies' night experience. Correct?
Yes.
And your business that you work for also prohibited prostitution, correct?
Yes.
Then when you met Cassie Ventura on the first day, you were not going for prostitution, correct?
Correct.
You were going to optimize the ladies' experience, correct?
I have no idea what that means.
You have no idea what the company slogan that you work for means?
In regards to me going there to optimize a lady's experience, I don't know what you're referring to. Can you be specific with your question?
Yes. The company's slogan was to provide the ultimate ladies' night experience, correct?
Yes. That was the company slogan. Yes.
You work for the company, correct?
Correct. Yes, I did.
The company sent you to a lady that night, correct?
Yes, they did.
So you were going there to do ultimate ladies night experience, correct?
I certainly was going there to give a great experience. Yes.
For a ladies night, for a lady, correct?
For a bachelorette party is what I thought it was. Correct.
1 second, Judge. I believe you testified earlier that Cassie told you when you arrived at the hotel to ask for, let me say the name, Black. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's what Cassie told you, correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified on direct that I believe you said that, well, bless you. For this first time meeting with Cassie, you got a call from your boss. Is that correct?
I don't know if I got a call from him or if I called him, but we did have a conversation after that. Yes.
And you said on direct that the boss told you that somebody wanted to use a black male stripper, correct?
That was what my boss told me upon going down to the hotel.
Okay. Your boss told you that someone called a service wanting a black male stripper, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, that is correct.
And the boss told you that, according to you, that there were no other black male strippers available, correct?
Correct.
And so he called you because you are a black male, correct?
Hmm. Correct.
But you're not a stripper, correct?
I'm not.
You were not a stripper at this time, correct?
No.
You were not a dancer at that time, were you?
I occasionally would do it when we needed help.
So, and you said your boss told you to go to the Gramercy Hotel.
Correct.
Sir, isn't it actually a fact that Cassie Ventura called you on the first indecent incident and told you to come to the Gramercy Hotel?
That is incorrect.
Isn't it a fact that Cassie told you to come to the Gramercy Hotel and ask for a person named Black?
Later on, but not to the Gramercy Park Hotel. No.
Isn't it true that Cassie called you on the phone and told you that I'm celebrating something for my birthday and my husband wants to give me something special? Isn't that correct?
That is not correct. Would you like me?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Sir, could you put up 3501 3570-01 for the parties only? Could you please go to page 2? Mr. Phillips, Isn't it true that you spoke to law enforcement officers?
Your Honor, this shouldn't be up. This shouldn't be up on the screen. I believe while Mr. Donaldson is asking these questions.
Take it off. Take it off first. Is it true that you spoke to law enforcement officer on December the 18th, 2023 about this matter?
I don't know if it was that day, but I did speak with the law enforcement agents about this matter. Yes,
In December 2023, correct?
I don't recall if it was that day.
And, but not the exact day, but you did speak to them in December 2023. How about that?
I believe so. Yes,
And when you spoke to them on December 2023, they asked you questions about this incident, correct?
correct,
They asked you questions about your relationship with Cassie Ventura, correct?
correct,
And they asked you about meeting with her, correct?
correct,
And they asked you about meeting with her on the first occasion, correct?
correct,
And you gave them the answers to the questions, correct?
correct,
They asked you questions about how you met her, correct?
correct,
And the details about how you met with her, correct?
correct.
And isn't it true on December 2023, when you met with these officers, you told them that you spoke on the phone with the client and a woman and was told to report to the Gramercy Park Hotel at 3 o'clock in the morning and tell the front desk you were there to see someone named Black. Did you not tell them this back in December 2023?
They may have written a note that way, but that is not what I told them because that's not how that happened. No,
You're saying the agents that you spoke to may have written the notice. Strike that. Could we please put up the screen now?
just for the parties.
Just for the parties, just for the parties.
All right,
Mr. Phillips, I'm showing you a document from December 18, 2023. There is a part highlighted at the top.
mm-hmm,
Now, on this particular day, it is not true that you spoke to the officers, the agents, and told them that you spoke on the phone to the client, a woman, and was told to report to the Gramercy Park Hotel at 3 o'clock in the morning and tell the front desk he was there to see Black, Mr. Black.
correct.
So you did speak to a woman. She told you that, correct?
I did not speak with Cassie. No, not that day. Not before I went to the hotel the first time. So that may have been misunderstood.
Now, when you got to the hotel room, when you got to the hotel, I believe you said, according to you on your direct, you arrived at the front door and I believe you knocked on the door. Is that fair to say?
Correct,
When you knocked on the door, someone answered the door. Is that fair to say?
correct,
This person that answered the door was a beautiful woman. Would that be fair to say?
correct,
And you will recall that in your mind, there was a beautiful woman opening the door, correct?
correct,
And she was wearing a wig at that point, correct?
correct.
And at this point, prior to you, well, strike that. You hadn't talked to her about money, correct? You didn't talk to her about how much money you would get paid for coming there, correct?
She brought it up to me.
So when you knocked on her door, Cassie brought up to you something about money, correct?
Correct,
And that is before you had sex.
correct,
14,
correct,
14. So then at that point, Cassie give you money, or Cassie gave you money, correct?
Yes, correct. Correct.
So, as soon as you knocked on the door, she opened the door and you had a conversation about what?
You're asking me?
Yes. When you opened,
Sure.
you knocked on the door, right?
Sure.
Is that right?
That's correct.
She opened the door, correct?
Correct.
You saw a beautiful woman there, correct?
She, as in Cassie, right?
Yes.
Yes, correct.
And then now, let's get the image right. You were in the hallway, correct?
Yes, correct.
She's in the door, correct?
Correct.
And at that moment, she hands you money.
She invites me into the hotel room. I go into the room. She closes the door behind me. And then she says to me, your boss told me that I had to give you 200 upon your arrival here. And I said, correct. And then she handed me about 4 bands or somewhere around that in that ballpark,
4,000?
roughly.
And this is before any oil rubbing, correct?
Yes, correct.
Before any hugging, is that correct?
That is correct.
Before if before any kissing, is that correct?
Correct.
This is before an agreement about what you're doing, what you're going to do, correct?
Correct.
So, before you had an agreement about sex and an agreement about rubbing oil, agreement about husband being pleasured, Cassie Ventura just handed you $4,000 in cash.
First off, we never had an agreement about sex.
We'll get to that. Before you had any agreements about anything, Cassie Ventura hands you $4,000.
That is correct.
Now, she is standing in, I believe you said, lingerie.
Correct.
She had on heels.
Correct.
She was just lingerie, heels, and a wig, correct?
And a pair of dark glasses.
And a pair of dark glasses.
Correct.
Where did the money come from?
Um, are you asking me who gave me the money?
No, I'm asking you when she was standing at the door with lingerie on, panties, bra, heels, wigs, and shades, and when she was holding a bag of money.
She had the money in her hand. It was
She had the money in her hand.
yes,
She opened the door with the money in her hand.
yes.
And at that point, I believe you said you looked to the, well, strike that. After you got the money, then you looked to the right and saw a man sitting in a chair.
That is incorrect.
You looked to the left and saw the man sitting in a chair.
After she handed me the money, we walked into the room fully past the hall, past the little hallway that was there, toward the couch that was in front of us with the candles and everything on it. And I looked to the left, and on the right side of the room, if I'm facing Mr. Combs was sitting in the chair with a robe on, hat, and a bandana over his face.
Okay. And at that point, you're past the hallway. You're standing. Are you standing near the couch?
I'm sorry?
Are you standing near a couch?
There's a couch in front of me, yes?
And are you standing near this couch? And Mr. Combs, you're saying is to your left. To your left or to your right?
If I'm facing from the couch,
Yes.
Mr. Combs would be in the room to the left. The living room is to the left of me. Once I turn left and face forward toward the open room, Mr. Combs will be sitting on the right side of the room, in the back of the room.
All right. And I believe you said on direct he wasn't saying anything, correct?
At that moment, no.
Now, while you're standing there with Cassie and after you received the money, you were going to start rubbing baby oil on her, correct?
Correct.
She begins rubbing baby oil on her. on you, correct?
Correct.
And this is while she's still on her in her lingerie, correct?
At some point, our clothes was off. She wasn't rubbing baby oil on me with my clothes on.
Let's walk through it.
Sure.
So, you get in there, you have, I'm sorry, I forgot this part. You are wearing a New York City Police Department shirt, correct?
That's correct.
You were wearing that shirt because your boss told you that the person in the hotel wanted you to be wearing a New York City police officer uniform, correct?
Yes. If you don't,
Yes or no?
if you don't mind, could you please talking to the microphone? I can hardly hear you when you step away.
I'm sorry. Your boss told you that you, the dancer, needed to be wearing a New York City Police Department uniform, correct?
That is correct.
You couldn't find one, correct?
That is correct.
So you went out and bought a t shirt.
Yes.
And then you went to the Gramercy Hotel wearing a New York City Police Department t shirt.
Correct.
When you got inside the hotel after you got the money, you had to take off, you had to take that off to get the oil rubbed on you, correct?
That's correct.
And you took the oil off in front of Cassie and you went someplace else to do that.
I took the oil off.
I'm sorry. You took the shirt off in front of Cassie.
I took my clothes off in front of Cassie. Yes.
So at that moment, you got the money. You then took off all your clothes, correct?
At the moment I got the money, I did not take off all of my clothes.
After you got the money, you had a conversation first.
She walked into the hotel room, and then after she had already explained, "Hey, listen, it's my birthday. I want you, to do this instead of the dance, the bachelorette party. I want you to rub baby oil on me, rub me down, give me a massage, and wherever things go from there, whatever you're comfortable with, you can do." And so I told her I was comfortable with giving her that massage and rubbing her down. And I asked if she wanted me to be the same, like to remove my clothes as well. And so I stripped down as well to my underwear.
Okay. So you stripped down to your underwear.
Correct.
And at that point, okay. Now, you have your underwear on, and at that point, she is rubbing baby oil on you.
I'm rubbing her down, and then she starts doing the same to me. And it started getting intimate. And we,
Stop right there.
sure.
When you say it start to get intimate,
Mm-hmm.
you mean that you're rubbing her down, you're rubbing her breast, you're rubbing her whole body down, correct?
After she started touching me, yes, I started touching her erotically as well.
And at that point, Mr. Combs in the corner, he is not saying anything, correct?
No, he was in the court and masturbating immediately.
Okay? And while Cassie is rubbing you down,
Mm-hmm.
it appears that she is enjoying herself. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you are rubbing her down and you are enjoying yourself, correct?
Yes.
And then that's why you're saying it started getting intimate, correct?
Correct.
Because you are getting sexually aroused, correct?
Absolutely. Yes.
And it appeared to you that she was getting sexually aroused, correct?
Yes.
And it appears to you that she wanted more than just a rub down, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, she took your underwear off, correct?
I took off my underwear.
You took off your underwear, correct?
Correct.
And after you took off your underwear, I imagine that at that point she's still rubbing you down, correct?
We rubbing each other down.
We're well, we'll get to that. She was rubbing you down after you took off your underwear, correct?
Correct.
And she started massaging your penis, correct?
I don't recall like the particulars of how that happened. I just know we ended up having sex.
Okay. So you didn't have sex standing up, correct?
No,
So after you're standing up, rubbing each other down, you didn't move to another part of the room, correct?
we basically were where we did our where we had sex the whole time. We were by the couch. We had sex on the couch.
Okay. So after you were standing up, you then laid her down on the couch. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And then after sexual intercourse occurred for, I believe you said, well, not believe, for approximately 30 minutes, correct?
No, the first time that was probably the most beautiful woman I had seen. That was fast.
So when you say the most beautiful woman you've seen, that caused you to ejaculate fast.
Yeah.
And then after you did that,
Mm-hmm.
you, well, strike that. When you were on top of her or behind her at this point,
I have no idea what time frame during this you're referring to. This could be at any point in the interaction.
on the first,
You're talking about
the time you had sexual intercourse with Cassie Ventura
sure.
in Gramercy Hotel, you received $2,000. Were you on top of her, behind her? What happened?
Are you asking when I ejaculated?
Yes,
What position I had her in?
I asked that.
It was a missionary position.
Okay. So after the missionary position, you got up and then you decided to leave, correct?
I was told that we were done and I can get dressed now. I didn't just decide to leave.
Now, at that point in time, because you were still working for the service, you were not, you knew you were not engaging in a prostitution, correct?
I ain't know what the hell just happened. I was in complete shock and just was like, did that just happen? I I wouldn't have thought twice to think that that was prostitution.
Okay. And then you left the hotel, correct?
Correct?
And then within 5 minutes, you got a phone call from Cassie, correct?
That is correct.
And then at that time, Cassie asked you, could you come back and have another orgasm, correct?
Correct.
And you said, absolutely, correct?
Correct.
And she said, give me 30 minutes to take a shower, correct?
Nah, I don't recall that.
You don't recall what?
I don't recall her saying give me 30 minutes to take a shower.
Okay,
I mean, it's possible she said that. I don't recall though.
okay. You then, she also asked you to send her a picture of your penis, correct?
That is correct.
And she also informed you that you had the largest penis she had ever seen before, correct?
That is correct.
And she had said that to you also while you were having sex with her the first time, correct?
That is correct.
So let's go back to the first time. So the first time you were having sex with her, you were also not aroused at her beauty. Or you were also not only aroused at her beauty, you was aroused at the size of your penis, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Huh, I can't say that.
That's the
That's for
thing.
sure. Mhm.
She was commenting to you on the size of your penis, correct?
Yes.
While you were having sex the first time, correct?
Yes.
And then after you left the hotel, she left you asking for a picture of your penis, correct?
Correct.
Relating to her conversation before, when she was talking about the size of your penis, correct?
I cannot speculate that. I have no idea if Sean Combs asked her for that picture or not.
Objection. Move to strike.
Hold on, the motion is granted. The jury disregard the witness' last answer. Mr. Donaldson, we're at 5 o'clock. If you one more or two more questions, I'm happy to hear them. But otherwise, we can start again in the morning.
We can start again in the morning, Judge.
Thank you, members of the jury, for your time today. We are ending right at 5 p.m. as promised. So, again, I'm going to tell you this every day. Do not talk to each other about the case. Do not look up anything about this case. Do not try to talk to anyone outside this courtroom about this case. And definitely do not talk to anyone here about this case. No one inside the courtroom or outside the courtroom is to have any discussion with members of the jury whatsoever. With that, have a great evening. We'll see you here at 9:15. If you're here at 9:15, we can get started on time and make efficient use of our time together. All right? All rise. Mr. Phillip, you understand that you are still under oath. So be back here tomorrow to resume your testimony. You are not to have any communication whatsoever with anyone on the government side. Now is this. May I know a request of exception to that? Agents are providing for his security, transportation from court and to court again tomorrow. They have been instructed not to discuss his testimony or the case and only the logistics of transportation. Is that acceptable, Your Honor?
That is acceptable. Any objection from the defense? I'm not hearing any. No, Your Honor. Okay, so except for that, no other discussions of any kind. Are you here to escort him? Are
They
they
are
here to escort him?
they are here to escort him. The case agent can escort him out.
Your Honor, before you let the witness go, can we raise an issue at the sidebar?
Yes.
I apologize, Your Honor. I was not at all at the sidebar, so we weren't able to communicate with one another about the issue whether the witness could speak to his lawyer during cross-examination. And we will request that, Your Honor, direct him not to do so under Perry versus Lee, 488 U.S. 272. It's clear that this is a case involving actually the defendant as a witness, in which the Supreme Court held that even a defendant who obviously has the right to counsel may instruct not to meet with his lawyer to discuss the substance of his testimony during the testimony. And that's true for all the reasons everyone understands that having to do with the truth seeking function of this trial. So we will request that this witness and other government witnesses be directed to not speak to anyone about the substance of their testimony, including their counsel during the trial.
Your Honor, I think that case is distinguishable because the defendant in a criminal case, their counsel will be counsel for an opposing party. So that would be the justification for that restriction. I'm not aware of any case law justifying telling a third party who is represented by counsel but does not represent a party in the litigation that they cannot communicate with their counsel. I have not had the opportunity to research this case.
I will be happy to read quotes from the case. The court explains that when it talks about rights of the defendant and why it says neither he nor his lawyer have the right to have the testimony interrupted in order to give him the benefit of counsel's advice. The reason for the rule, this is at page 281, is that one that applies to all witnesses, just not just defendants. It is a common practice for a judge to instruct the witness not to discuss his or her testimony with third parties until the trial is completed. Such non-disclosures orders are corollary of the broader rule that witnesses may be sequestered to lessen the danger that their testimony will be influenced by hearing what other witnesses have to say and to increase the likelihood that will confine themselves to truthful statements based on their own recollection. And then the court goes on to talk about the defendant and when he assumes the role of the witness. The rule is that generally applies to other witnesses. Rules that serve the truth seeking function. Do you want me to just show it to you, Judge?
Yes.
Sorry.
Sorry, this is old school. Your Honor, I'll just know that the distinction I think here, this counsel does not represent a third party. The counsel represents him. So again, I have not read the case.
Is his attorney here?
May I go get her and invite her to join us?
Yes. I would say also that I've had other cases in which this has come up and other trial judges have issued this type of direction. If any, the defendant's rights, one would think to consult with his counsel would be that of greater witness who is not a party to his case.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Could you identify yourself for the record?
My name is Gina Parlovchiko. Parlovecchio.
Were you planning to have any discussions with your client between this evening and tomorrow when his testimony resumes?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any issue with him not having any communications with you?
No, that I'm aware of.
Problem solved for now. We can actually address this issue in a more deliberate fashion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor,
So I'll give him an instruction here that he's not to have any discussions with you, and we'll pick the issues up tomorrow.
sounds good.
Thank you very much. Mr. Phillip,
Yes,
when I said you're not to have any discussions with anyone else, that also includes your lawyer. So you're not to have any discussions with your lawyer or with any counsel for the government, anyone from the government side, with the only exception being that you are obviously going to be escorted by the folks at the agency. So do you understand that?
yes,
All right. Your Honor, would it be permissible for his lawyer to explain to him why, or for Your Honor to explain to him why he can't speak with his lawyer? I think this might be new information to the witness, and I want him to understand why.
well, I'm giving him the instruction.
Thank you.
Is the reason is that while you're testifying, it's like you're here in the courtroom and your testimony is continuing. And the reason why we tell witnesses that they're not allowed to speak to other people is you might just be able to figure this out. It's so that you don't have discussions that might influence your testimony and that might change your testimony in a way that would be kind of change the facts up, which would be prejudicial once you started testifying.
Mm-hmm.
In the actual course, we would tell people don't have discussions with anyone about your testimony while it's ongoing. That's the reason why I'm giving you that instruction. Do you understand or do you have any questions?
I understand. No, but I asked you prior.
You started it. You asked me. It was a good question. I'm glad you asked that question. If any other questions like that come up, you definitely raise them with me.
Sure.
We had an inquiry and a discussion, and that's what led to this instruction.
No problem.
I appreciate you for doing that.
No problem.
See you here at 9:30, and you can leave the stand at this time. Please be seated. Again, just a ballpark. What are you envisioning for the time duration of the cross examination? Probably an hour.
Sorry.
An hour.
An hour?
Yes.
We'll have an hour of cross examination.
Don't hold me to that. Hopefully an hour.
I'm going to loosely hold you to that.
Very good.
One of the benefits of having ended in the middle of your cross examination is it gives you the evening to tighten things up so that you can do it in a more efficient and effective manner. Miss Comey, I assume we'll have some redirect, so we'll be in a position to move forward with Miss Ventura in the morning. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further that the government would like to raise at this time?
I think we wanted to ask if we can come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock a.m. to address potential evidentiary issues that might come up during Ms. Ventura's testimony. I think the parties are still meeting and conferring about some exhibits and hoping to resolve them. But there may be some more that we can't resolve. And so we are hoping to come back tomorrow morning to raise those with Your Honor so that we don't have to cover them while she's on the stand.
Absolutely. When we are going to hear about that, what the issues are tonight.
May I defer to Ms. Johnson, Your Honor?
Is 8 o'clock doable or is 10 o'clock? I'll give you those two. I'm negotiating against myself, which is bad. But 10 o'clock,
I think 10 o'clock should be acceptable, Your Honor. We're talking about some rule of completeness issues, and hopefully we'll be able to resolve those with the court without the court's intervention.
all right,
We'll advise the court by 10 o'clock p.m.
that's fine. So we'll be here at 9 o'clock to deal with any outstanding issues that may come up during Miss Ventura's testimony. Anything further from the government?
No, Your Honor, we're going to research the issue that Ms. Shapiro raised, and if we have any contrary law, we'll raise it to Your Honor.
Have the parties discussed Rule 615, the exclusion of witnesses? Has that came up?
I believe that we emailed Your Honor. There was some email traffic with Your Honor's chambers about that. I believe the parties agree witnesses will be removed from the courtroom until their testimony is complete.
And is it just the courtroom or does that include access to the transcripts?
I think it includes access to transcripts, Your Honor.
All right. So is there any agreement there, Mr. Agdefilio? Yes, there is an agreement, Your Honor.
I'll count on the parties to police that, and if there are any issues, let me know. Yes, Your Honor. The only thing to raise, and then I'll turn to Ms. Agnifilio, is that I think the overflow feed is an overhead view of the council tables. I don't believe it's close enough to see what you're doing. Just be mindful of that when you're working. If you're writing really big, there's a chance at least someone might see it. I'm just doing that for your benefit, but I think it should be okay. The other thing for everyone else is that there should be no attempt, especially within this courthouse, in any way, shape, or form to depict or otherwise make attempts to identify any of the jurors. If that happens, there will be serious consequences, so don't do it. All right, Mr. Agnifolio?
The one issue that I raised earlier, I think it's beneficial for all witnesses that we continue the way we have handled the last witness today. In other words, the witness comes, gets in the witness chair, is ready to go, and then we bring the jury in. So I would just like to continue the way we've gone with this witness. That's my request.
Well, we'll be doing that. But just as we did with both of these witnesses, when they came into the courtroom, we walked in. So that is what we'll be doing with the remaining witnesses, unless you may have some authority that suggests different treatment is appropriate in this context. Now, when we break for lunch and when we come back from lunch, the witness will be seated just as we did with Mr. Phillip and with Mr. Florez.
If I do find, I haven't had the chance. If I do find authority before 10 o'clock tonight, that will be the witching hour for all purposes.
I'm trying to make sure everyone gets rest. If I don't put a deadline in, it will be 2 o'clock in the morning. All right, anything further?
Nothing from us. Sorry, just this short, just this sort of obvious, but just with regards to the Rule 615, experts are excluded. So we've been assuming we can share transcripts with experts.
Yes. All right. We are adjourned. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mm, mm.
Mm-hmm.
Are done.
Yes.
Let me text her. Miss Sylvia. Miss Sylvia.
I'm going to try and call her.
Okay.
You keep calling me. What's up?
We finished the transcripts.
Thank you, Jesus. All right. So thank you, Mimi. Thank you, Tiara. And so we're going to be doing Cassie's testimony tomorrow.
Okay.
All right. All right, everybody.
Good night.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you for watching the infamous Sylvia channel, where laughter and fun make up our panel. Together we build this digital spree. We appreciate you and our growing family. With mods by our side and chat flowing free in this online space. It's just you and me, we laugh until tears roll down like the rain. In this virtual world, you ease all my pains. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We cherish the moments, the highs and lows, from the latest gossip to stories untold. You're more than a viewer, you're part of the crew in this space of ours. It's all because of you. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign, enjoys what we'll gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign, enjoys what we'll gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Minds in check, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars.